What if the shadows you feared were not mere illusions but harbingers of a dark truth? In the flickering light of a dying sun, the ancient city of Rome buzzed with whispers, echoes of dread and fascination that snaked through its cobblestone streets. The air hung heavy with the scent of incense, mingling with the briny tang of the Tiber, as citizens looked over their shoulders, haunted by an unsettling presence they could neither name nor ignore. At the edges of their world, where the known met the unknown, the goddess Trivia loomed, an unfathomable figure draped in the mysteries of night and twilight. To the Romans, she was not just a goddess. She was an embodiment of fears, a keeper of secrets untold and paths less traveled. Every flicker of a torchlight seemed to cast her shadow longer, darker, and more suffocating, igniting a primal terror that made the bravest soldier shudder. As darkness descended, so too did the gripping realization that their very fate might be entangled with her enigmatic power. Cloaked in a mantle of moonlight, she slipped silently through the cracks of their consciousness, a figure so potent that tales of her were woven into the fabric of their lives. When the moon was high and the veil between worlds thinned, she could be seen standing at the crossroads, an intersection of fate, where decisions could lead to salvation or doom. In whispered conversations, Roman mothers warned their children about the crossroads, where choices made in the dark could haunt them forever. With each passing hour, the weight of her influence pressed heavily upon them, and the tension grew thick enough to cut with a knife. Was it merely superstition that made the Romans tremble? Or did they recognize an undeniable truth, that Trivia was more than a goddess of witchcraft and magic? She was a symbol of chaos in a world desperately trying to cling to order. With every assassination that shook the Senate, every betrayal that stained the marble halls, her laughter echoed in the shadows, a reminder that the line between life and death was precarious. A dance upon a tightrope spun by fate's cruel hand. As political unrest brewed and civil wars threatened the very core of their civilization, the Romans began to see her more clearly. Hecate, the goddess they had once dismissed, now stood as an ominous figure in their collective psyche. Her presence felt in the chilling winds that swept through the forum. In every thunderstorm, they sensed her wrath. In every eclipse, they perceived her warning. The goddess of the underworld, the keeper of the keys, embodied their fears of what lay beyond death, madness, and the unknown. The stakes mounted higher with each passing day, as whispers of dark rituals and forbidden knowledge rippled through the city. Was she a protector, or was she a harbinger of doom? As the clock struck midnight and shadows danced among the ruins, the Romans found themselves at a crossroads of their own, a moment that could alter the course of their history forever. With every heartbeat pounding in their ears, the question lingered. What price would they pay to appease a goddess they had come to fear? In the hushed moments of twilight, when shadows blend into darkness, a figure cloaked in mystery stirs from the depths of ancient lore. Hecate, the goddess who stands at the crossroads of life and death, of daylight and darkness, embodies an essence that has gripped the hearts of many for centuries. Her name alone ignites a spark of intrigue, conjuring visions of flickering torches and whispered incantations, of realms where fear and enchantment dance hand in hand. Her origins are steeped in the rich tapestry of mythology, woven with threads of ancient beliefs that stretch back to the very dawn of civilization. Hecate emerged from the primordial chaos, a child of Nyx, the night, and her influence surged like an unstoppable tide through the ages. As the world turned, worship of this formidable figure rippled across continents, from the sprawling temples of Greece to the quaint altars of lesser-known lands. She is the goddess who transcends boundaries, uniting disparate cultures under her watchful gaze. In the verdant fields of Thrace, where the winds whispered secrets to the trees, she was revered as a protector of the harvest, a deity who blessed the fertile earth and guided farmers through the cycles of planting and reaping. But it was in the shadowy corridors of the underworld where her power surged to its apex. Here, she was the torchbearer, illuminating the path for lost souls navigating the murky waters of the afterlife. Her presence was both feared and revered. She was the guardian who held the keys to the mysteries of existence. Hecate's associations with magic and witchcraft ignited the imaginations of countless devotees. As the moon waxed and waned in the night sky, so too did her powers fluctuate, allowing mortals to tap into the veiled forces of the universe. The ancient Greeks, in their reverence, crafted intricate rituals, leaving offerings of bread and honey at her altars, beseeching her favor. Candles flickered as prayers echoed into the night, their words laden with hope and desperation. The very air shimmered with the palpable tension of belief, fueling the fires of devotion that burned brightly for this enigmatic goddess. Yet, the whispers surrounding Hecate were not always gentle. In the darker corners of her mythology, tales emerged of her fierce retribution. She was not merely a benevolent figure. She wielded her power like a double-edged sword, punishing those who dared to cross her. Stories circulated of those who would invoke her wrath, and the chilling consequences that followed. In times of strife, she was called upon, an ancient force invoked in desperation, her name uttered in hushed tones as the skies darkened. The Greeks, in their quest to understand the world around them, sought to define her complexities. They painted her with three faces, each one representing a different aspect of her divinity: the maiden, the mother, and the crone. This triplicity reflected not just her connection to the cycles of life, but also the intricate web of existence itself. Every choice made at the crossroads brought forth consequences, each path laden with uncertainty and shadow. The very weight of decision hung in the air, as palpable as the scent of damp earth following a midnight rain. As the ages turned, so too did the interpretations of Hecate evolve. The Romans adopted her, reshaping her narrative to fit their own pantheon, intertwining her with their deities in a cultural tapestry that blurred the lines of identity. Yet, even as her form shifted, the essence of her being remained untouched, a guardian of the liminal spaces between worlds, a keeper of secrets that lay just beyond the veil of human understanding. In the distant echoes of the past, stories of practitioners of the arcane arts thrived. Those who dared to tread the path of witchcraft often honored Hecate, believing she guided them through the veils of unseen forces. Her name became synonymous with the dark arts, a frightening yet alluring beacon for those seeking knowledge beyond the ordinary. The flicker of candlelight during midnight rites, the burning of herbs to summon her presence, all served as testament to the deep reverence and fear she inspired. As the history of humanity marched forward, Hecate's influence could be felt in the rise of folklore throughout Europe. Tales of witches and their midnight gatherings in the woods were laced with her essence. The very fabric of these stories spoke of women who embraced their power, drawing strength from the goddess who stood against the tides of oppression. Each whispered incantation, each cauldron bubbling with mystery, echoed her name, a reminder that in darkness, power could be found. Yet, as civilization evolved, so did the perception of Hecate. With the rise of monotheism and the silencing of pagan beliefs, she faced a transformation, shrouded in the shadows of misunderstanding and fear. Once a revered goddess, she was slowly cast into the realm of superstition. Misguided tales of witches riding broomsticks and dark magic obscured her true essence, creating a chasm between what she represented and how she was perceived. But in the hearts of those who dared to remember, she lingers still. Hecate is not merely an echo of the past. She is a symbol of defiance, an embodiment of the power that lies within the unknown. Those who seek her guidance feel the electric pulse of her presence, a reminder that even in the deepest shadows, there is light to be found. The crossroads remain, and at every turn, her influence endures, a potent reminder that every choice we make echoes through time, weaving a tapestry that is forever in motion. As the night deepens and the flickers of candles dance upon the walls, the stories of Hecate beckon from the shadows, inviting those with open hearts to listen. Her ancient songs whisper secrets of power, transformation, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. In every rustling leaf and every distant howl, her presence is felt, an unwavering force that continues to shape the human experience in ways that defy the ages. The story of Hecate is one that refuses to be silenced, echoing through time, always waiting for those who dare to explore the depths of her enigma. In the whispers of a moonlit night, shadows danced across the ancient stones of Greece, where the air hummed with the remnants of age-old stories and secrets long forgotten. On such a night, Hecate emerged, draped in the dark fabric of mystery, a figure both haunting and beautiful, a goddess who held the keys to realms unseen. In the flicker of her torches, the earth trembled with her power, and the stars seemed to shiver in reverence. Who was this enigmatic goddess that could command the very essence of magic, fate, and the unseen? Born of Titans, Hecate was not merely a goddess but a bridge between worlds, those of the living and the dead, the known and the unknown. Her lineage traced back to the primordial chaos, to Gaia and Uranus, rooted in the very fabric of existence. Unlike many deities who basked in the sunlight of Olympus, Hecate thrived in shadows, her domain the twilight where light and darkness intertwined, giving her an allure that was both captivating and chilling. As the centuries turned, so did the stories of Hecate. The Greeks revered her as a goddess of magic and witchcraft, a guardian of boundaries and transitions. In every village, under every eaves, whispers of her presence lingered. Women turned to her during childbirth, seeking her protection. Travelers invoked her name at crossroads, hoping she would guide them safely. Hecate was the keeper of the keys, the one who could open doors to the mysteries of life, death, and rebirth. Her role evolved, shimmering through the ages like the flicker of a candle's flame. In the depths of the ancient texts, she wielded immense power, described as having 3 forms, each representing a different aspect of her divine nature. This triplicity was no mere coincidence. It symbolized her dominion over the past, present, and future. In one hand, she held the past, a reminder of the burdens of history and memory. In the other, she embraced the future, the promise of change and possibility. Between them, she balanced the present, a thread woven from the fabric of both realms. The ancient Greeks often found themselves captivated by her haunting beauty, yet they feared her as well. Hecate was not just a protector but also a harbinger of the unknown. In the darkened corners of their minds, they felt the cold grip of her presence during times of loss and despair. Her name became synonymous with the eerie stillness of the night, the chill that crept down the spine when one dared to tread too close to the veil that separated life from death. Her worship thrived in rituals steeped in darkness, where offerings were laid at the crossroads, 3-way intersections that mirrored her triad nature. Candles flickered, illuminating the faces of those who sought her favor. They whispered prayers, hoping to catch her attention, to feel the brush of her ethereal wings against their souls. Black dogs, sacred to her, stood guard, eyes gleaming like stars, as if they were the sentinels of the mysteries she protected. Hecate's mythology was rich, filled with tales of her intervention in the lives of mortals and immortals alike. One such tale told of her fierce loyalty to Demeter during the search for Persephone, her beloved daughter. When the earth swallowed Persephone into the depths of the underworld, it was Hecate who lit the way, wielding her torches to guide Demeter through the darkness. Their bond was eternal, forged in love and loss, intertwining fates in a tapestry of grief that resonated through the ages. In the sacred rites of the Eleusinian mysteries, Hecate stood as a pivotal figure, a guardian of the hidden truths of life beyond death. The initiates, cloaked in secrecy, sought her blessing before embarking on the journey into the afterlife. To them, she was more than a goddess. She represented the hope that, though death seemed an end, it was merely a passage to another existence, a transition into a new form of being. As Hecate's influence spread, so did the art and literature that celebrated her complexities. Poets sang her praises, weaving her into the fabric of their verses, while artists captured her essence in vivid depictions of her 3 intertwined figures, each bearing a different expression: a watchful guardian, a fierce protector, and a wise guide. She was a goddess who evoked deep emotions, stirring feelings of fear and reverence, love and longing. In the quiet corners of the ancient temples dedicated to her, the air thickened with incense and whispered prayers. Her priests, shrouded in mystery, performed rituals that resonated with the heartbeat of the earth itself. They called upon her during the darkest nights, seeking her guidance and wisdom. As they chanted her name, The very stones seemed to echo with power, a testament to her enduring presence in the lives of those who dared to seek her. Yet, the story of Hecate was not solely one of reverence. The rise of patriarchal gods cast shadows over her once magnificent light, and whispers of her power began to fade. But in the hearts of the people, in the fading echoes of rituals performed in hidden groves, Hecate's spirit remained unbroken. She lingered in the twilight, watching, waiting, a reminder that the darkest places often hold the most profound truths. As the dust of history settled, Hecate took on new forms, adapting to the changing tides of belief. She became a symbol of feminism and empowerment, a figure who transcended time, representing the strength of women throughout the ages. In the modern era, her name resurfaced in the practices of witches and those who sought to reclaim their connection to the ancient powers of the earth. Hecate, once cast aside, emerged anew, a beacon of hope for those who dared to tread the path of the unknown. And so, as the night deepened, Hecate stood at the crossroads of time, a figure of boundless depth and emotion. Her story was one of transformation, a continuous ebb and flow of power and vulnerability. Her essence lingered in the air, heavy with promise and uncertainty, inviting those who would listen to step boldly into the shadows, to embrace the mysteries that awaited just beyond the light. In the shadows of ancient temples, where flickering oil lamps cast dancing silhouettes, the air thickened with the scent of incense and whispers. A figure stood at the crossroads, draped in dark robes that billowed softly around her, like a whisper of wind. Hecate, the goddess of magic and the night, held her lantern high, illuminating the paths of those lost in the labyrinth of their own lives. She was both feared and revered, embodying the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of the known. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a blood-red glow across the sky, the Romans began to take notice. To them, Hecate was more than just a distant Greek deity. She was an enigma that beckoned with promises of power, knowledge, and the dark arts. They felt the electric pulse of her energy resonating through their own beliefs, and it was here, at this juncture, that the merging began, the seamless blending of Greek and Roman traditions, where paths intertwined and identities blossomed into something new yet eerily familiar. In the bustling streets of Rome, the cries of merchants mingled with the laughter of children, but beneath the surface, a current of change flowed. Temples dedicated to Hecate sprang up, adorned with intricate frescoes depicting her in majestic form. Her image morphed. Now she wore a crown of stars, her three faces gazing in different directions, a symbol of her power over the past, present, and future. The Romans, ever pragmatic, saw her not only as a goddess of magic, but also as a protector of the household and the family. In this light, she became a bridge between the supernatural and the mundane, a guardian of both the wild and the domestic. With each passing day, her followers gathered to seek her favor. They offered honey cakes and small sacrifices, lighting candles in her honor, their flickering flames a testament to their desires and fears. In their hearts, a tension simmered, an unspoken acknowledgement that Hecate was more than an ancient deity. She was the embodiment of their hopes and despair, a figure who understood the chaos of life itself. Mothers invoked her name, pleading for protection over their children, while warriors sought her guidance before heading into battle, believing that her dark wisdom could turn the tide of fate. One cold evening, a dark-haired woman named Lavinia knelt before Hecate's altar. The soft glow of the candles reflected in her tear-filled eyes as she clutched a worn locket, a token of her lost love. "Goddess," she whispered, her voice trembling, "guide him back to me." The wind outside howled, echoing the turmoil in her heart. She felt the presence of Hecate envelop her, a chill that sent shivers down her spine, as if the goddess herself was listening, ready to intercede in the lives of mortals. The room thickened with sacred power, and Lavinia's heart raced with both fear and hope. As the seasons changed, the Roman celebration of the dead, known as Lemuria, began to intertwine with Hecate's own rites. The boundaries blurred, and in the night's silence, her influence grew ever stronger. Families gathered, lighting candles to guide the spirits of their ancestors, invoking Hecate's name to ensure safe passage for the lost souls. Each flickering flame was a prayer, a connection between the living and the dead, an acknowledgement of the bond that transcended time. Hecate, with her threefold gaze, became a central figure in these celebrations, a reminder that life and death were two sides of the same coin. But not all were happy with this burgeoning connection. Traditionalists, steeped in the old ways, raised their voices in protest. "She is a foreign goddess," they cried, their faces flushed with fury. "Her dark magic will bring misfortune." But the people were drawn to her like moths to a flame, and the allure of her power overshadowed the fears. Hecate was evolving, shedding her purely Greek identity, adapting to the fervent needs and desires of the Roman heart. In the smoky chambers of a Roman villa, a secret cabal of sorcerers gathered, their faces shadowed in dim light. They spoke excitedly of Hecate, their voices low and eager. "With her on our side, we can control the very forces of nature," one exclaimed, eyes gleaming with ambition. They crafted spells and sought her favor, believing that the fusion of their knowledge with her divine essence would unlock unimaginable power. The tension was palpable, a mixture of excitement and dread, as they treaded the fine line between reverence and exploitation. With each whispered incantation, the very fabric of belief transformed, warping into something new and strange. Hecate became the embodiment of duality, the fierce protector and the merciless judge. As her followers grew in number, so did the complexity of their rituals. They began to forge a new identity, one that resonated deeply with the Roman psyche, interlacing her ancient wisdom with their own practices. On the eve of the new moon, a grand festival filled the streets of Rome, a cacophony of music, laughter, and chants dedicated to Hecate. Women dressed in white robes danced under the stars, their movements like shadows flickering in the night. The air buzzed with anticipation, a palpable energy that swept through the crowd. They lit bonfires, their flames soaring high into the sky, each flicker a plea for guidance, for strength, for love. Hecate's name echoed in their hearts as they surrendered to the night, trusting in her power to guide them through darkness. But as the flames danced, so did the darkness that lurked at the edges of their awareness. A chilling wind swept through the festival, and a sense of foreboding settled over the gathered throng. Hecate was there, intertwined in their celebrations, but they could feel the weight of her gaze, heavy with knowledge and secrets untold. The emotional tension in the air thickened, an unspoken reminder that to seek the goddess's blessings came with a cost, a truth that hovered just beyond the reach of their grasp. And so, under the watchful eyes of Hecate, the sacred and the profane collided, weaving a tapestry of beliefs that would echo through the ages. The transformations of her identity mirrored the very essence of the human experience, forever caught in the dance between light and shadow, love and loss. As the night deepened, the crowd did not know that they were standing at the precipice of a historical shift, where the magic of Hecate would continue to shape their lives in ways they could not yet imagine. The darkness beckoned, and the whispers grew louder, promising revelations yet to unfold in the shadows of time. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows dance across the walls, casting eerie shapes that whisper of ancient tales and long-forgotten vows. A soft wind howls outside, as if nature itself is echoing the cries of the past. There, at the edge of the forest, the figure of a woman stands alone, her presence both commanding and serene. She is a manifestation of something powerful, a symbol of the sacred feminine, the triple goddess. In her, three faces converge: maiden, mother, and crone. Each face is distinct yet woven together in a tapestry of existence, revealing a profound connection to the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. The maiden embodies youth, innocence, and the promise of new beginnings. With her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, she stands on the precipice of life, ready to leap into the unknown. The mother, in her nurturing grace, represents fertility, love, and protection. Her heart beats with the rhythm of the earth, grounding all who seek her warmth. The crone, wise and weathered, holds the weight of experience and the knowledge of ages. She is the keeper of secrets, guiding those who dare to confront their own shadows. These three aspects are not merely archetypes. They are reflections of humanity's deepest yearnings and fears. They entwine with the history of civilizations that revered the goddess, from the ancient Greeks to the Celts, each society recognizing the power that comes from honoring all stages of womanhood. The very fabric of their beliefs was interwoven with the idea that life is cyclical, a dance of creation and destruction, of growth and decay. In ancient Rome, Trivia was honored as a goddess of crossroads, a divine figure who held dominion over the choices that shape our destinies. Her three faces symbolize the paths we can take in life. The maiden, filled with potential, decides to embrace her journey. The mother, standing at the forefront of responsibility, chooses to nurture the world around her. While the crone, with her piercing insight, reflects on the paths taken and those forsaken. Each decision resonates with echoes of the past, shaping the future in ways unseen. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, the goddess is invoked in rituals that echo through time. Women gather around sacred fires, sharing stories that span generations, their voices rising like smoke into the night sky. The maiden's laughter is infectious, a reminder of the joy found in youth. The mother's song is a lullaby, soothing and strong, a testament to unconditional love. The crone's tales, cloaked in mystery, send shivers down the spine, yet they also ignite a fire of courage in the hearts of those who listen. As the seasons change, the triple goddess embodies the rhythms of nature. Spring awakens the maiden's spirit, bursting forth with blossoms and possibilities. Summer, with its warm embrace, gives life to the mother's nurturing energy, as she bears fruit and sustains those she loves. Autumn brings the crone's knowledge to the forefront, urging reflection and preparation for the inevitable winter. The cycle is relentless, yet it is beautiful, a poignant reminder that each phase holds its own sacred power. In the depths of this cycle lies a truth that resonates with every soul. The journey of life is not linear, but a spiral that brings us back to ourselves. The maiden, mother, and crone exist within every individual, regardless of gender. They remind us to honor our own stages of growth and to cherish the stories that shape us. Each moment is a stepping stone, each choice a thread in the intricate fabric of our lives, woven together by the hands of time. As the night deepens, the woman at the forest's edge feels the pulse of the universe rhythmically beating in her chest. She knows that within her lies the essence of the triple goddess. The maiden flutters within her like a spark of hope. The mother envelopes her in warmth and compassion, and the crone whispers wisdom in her ear, urging her to embrace the journey ahead. She takes a deep breath, inhaling the cool, crisp air, feeling a connection that transcends time and space, binding her to all who have come before and all who will follow. In the realm of history, the triple goddess has been worshipped in myriad forms. The ancient peoples of the British Isles revered her as a powerful force, a reminder of the magic that lies within the earth. The Celts celebrated her in their festivals, honoring the cycles of life through rituals that connected them to the land and its bounty. Temples were erected, and sacred sites were marked, each one a testament to the reverence held for the feminine divine. Yet, as time marched on, the shadows of patriarchal societies began to eclipse the goddess's light. Her three faces became fragmented, and the stories that once empowered women transformed into cautionary tales. The maiden became the naive girl, the mother the overburdened caregiver, and the crone the witch, the keeper of dark mysteries. But even in the darkness, the spark of the goddess remained, flickering like a candle against the night. In modern times, the resurgence of interest in the triple goddess speaks to a deep yearning for balance and wholeness. Women and men alike are reclaiming the power of these archetypes, understanding that the divine feminine can be a source of strength, creativity, and resilience. They gather in circles, sharing their experiences, weaving the wisdom of the maiden, mother, and crone into the very fabric of their lives. As the wind whistles through the trees, a sense of urgency fills the air. The three faces of Trivia beckon, each one calling forth the stories yet to be told, the wisdom yet to be discovered. The candle flickers, casting long shadows that dance around the woman, a reminder of the eternal cycle of life. She stands at the crossroads, ready to embrace her journey, knowing that she is not alone. All around her, the whispers of the past intertwine with the promise of the future, a timeless echo of the triple goddess calling out for recognition and reverence. And in that moment, as the night envelopes her, she steps forward, ready to honor the three faces within her, each one a vital thread in the tapestry of existence, leading her into the unknown. A chill slid through the air as night enveloped the world, wrapping it in a cloak of darkness. The moon hung high, a silver eye peering down upon the earth, illuminating shadows that danced and flickered like spirits. And in this darkness, where the known met the unknown, a whisper of power lingered, a force that commanded attention, evoked fear, and inspired awe. This was the domain of Hecate, the goddess of night, magic, and the underworld. In ancient Greece, Hecate was revered not just as a mere deity, but as a vital force that threaded through the fabric of life and death. She stood at the crossroads, embodying choices made and consequences faced. When mortals sought guidance under the blanket of stars, they would invoke her name, praying for her insight into the mysteries that lay beyond. Her association with the night was palpable. Shadows became her companions, and the quiet hush of twilight was her sanctuary. At the crossroads, where three paths intertwined, she sat in a haunting stillness, a guardian waiting for those who dared to tread upon the uncertain path. Travelers would leave offerings, garlic, honey, and the blood of a sacrificed animal, each token a plea for her favor. She was known to grant wishes and reveal truths hidden in the dark. But those who were unprepared for her revelations often found themselves ensnared in webs of confusion and dread. A flicker of candlelight would draw her forth, illuminating her with an otherworldly glow. Clad in robes that shimmered like the night sky, she held a torch in each hand, her eyes reflecting the mysteries of the cosmos. Those gazes, both haunting and comforting, spoke of the magic that flowed beneath the surface of reality. It was said that she could reveal the past and glimpse into the future, her power rooted deep in the ancient earth, entwined with the spirits of the dead. Magic, the very essence that flowed through the air at twilight, was Hecate's gift to humanity. In her presence, spells were cast, and dreams were woven into reality. The witches, those daring souls who danced on the fringes of society, called upon her as they mixed potions and concocted charms under the cover of night. With her blessing, they sought power, love, and revenge, each incantation echoing through the ages. But with every spell came a price, a reminder that magic, while alluring, was treacherous and demanding. Hecate's connection to the underworld was profound and chilling, a place where souls journeyed after leaving their mortal bodies. She was the spectral guide who led them through the shadows of death, ensuring they reached their final resting place. Her presence was felt in the silence of burial grounds and the whispers of the forgotten. In the ancient texts, her name was often inscribed beside that of Persephone, the goddess of spring, weaving a tale of life, death, and rebirth. Together, they danced on the thin line that separated the living from the dead. Legends spoke of Hecate's ability to wield the power of the dead, to summon spirits with a flick of her wrist. In the stillness of the night, she would call forth the whispers of the past, beckoning lost souls to reveal their secrets. This connection to the underworld gave her a fearsome reputation. She was both revered and feared, a figure that represented the thin veil between existence and oblivion. As night deepened, the boundaries blurred, and the air grew thick with enchantment. Hecate was the mistress of these realms, a figure of mystery and allure. Her name echoed through the ages, whispered in sacred rituals and darkened corners, a reminder of the magic that lay hidden in the shadows. For those who dared to seek her, she held the keys to unlocking the enigma of existence itself. A sudden rustle in the trees sent shivers down the spine, a reminder that night was alive with unseen forces. The moonlight flickered, casting eerie shapes that danced in the periphery, teasing the imagination. What secrets lay hidden within the folds of darkness? What truths were waiting to be unveiled? Hecate remained ever watchful, her eyes glimmering like stars, ready to unveil the magic that spun around her. Amidst the whispers and shadows, Hecate's essence thrummed with a palpable energy. She was the embodiment of the unknown, the tension that hung in the air, thick enough to taste. Those who called upon her in moments of desperation found their fates entwined with hers, entwined in the powerful dance of night, magic, and the underworld. And as the night wore on, a sense of anticipation filled the air, a reminder that every encounter with Hecate would lead to transformation, to an awakening of the senses. The world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, for Hecate would soon reveal the depths of her power, the pull of the underworld, and the enchantment of magic that remained just beyond reach. With each heartbeat, the night grew richer, darker, and more intoxicating, a tapestry of emotions intertwined with the very fabric of existence. The moon hung heavy, a silent witness to the unraveling of secrets that lay in wait. As the dance of shadows continued, restless and unyielding, the stage was set, the players poised. Hecate was ready to guide, to enchant, to lead into the depths of the night, where magic thrived and the mysteries of the underworld beckoned with the siren's call. The stillness of the night was palpable as shadows danced among the trees. A flickering flame illuminated the faces of the gathered few. They were a mix of men and women, drawn together by an unspoken need to connect with something far more powerful than themselves. In the corner of the dimly lit grove, a statue of Hecate stood tall, her three faces gazing in different directions, always watching, always knowing. She was the goddess of magic, the keeper of crossroads, the one who whispered secrets into the ears of those brave enough to listen. The air was thick with a reverent silence, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves and the haunting sound of an owl's call. The worshippers clutched their offerings, a bouquet of fragrant herbs, wildflowers, and fruits, each selected for its significance. They stood before the statue, hearts pounding in their chests, aware of the ancient rituals that had unfolded in these very woods for centuries. This was their time to honor Hecate, to seek her favor and guidance. As the rituals began, a sense of excitement mixed with trepidation filled the air. The first act was the lighting of the fires, a sacred fire meant to symbolize illumination and the dispelling of darkness. Each flicker echoed the struggles of their lives, their hopes, fears, and desires laid bare before the goddess. The flames danced and swirled, casting eerie shadows that seemed to morph into the figures of lost souls, evoking a sense of timelessness. It was said that Hecate walked among them in these moments, her spirit intertwining with the flickering fire, creating a bridge between the mortal and the divine. With the fires lit, the participants began to chant. Their voices rose and fell in a rhythmic incantation, ancient words steeped in mystery and power. Each syllable dripped with emotion, a plea for protection, wisdom, and, above all, transformation. For those who sought her guidance, Hecate was not just a goddess. She was a gateway to the unknown, a source of strength in times of despair. The worshippers closed their eyes, letting the sound wash over them, each note echoing in the depths of their souls, awakening their innermost fears and desires. Then came the offerings. One by one, they stepped forward, placing their gifts at the base of the statue. The flowers symbolized beauty and growth. The herbs represented healing and protection, while the fruits were a testament to abundance and life. It was an exchange, a sacred barter where the earthly met the divine. Each offering carried a story, a fragment of the giver's heart, binding them to the goddess. As they bowed their heads, whispers of wishes and dreams escaped their lips, carried away on the gentle breeze, destined to reach Hecate's ears. The ritual intensified as participants began to form a circle. They clasped hands, creating a living chain of energy that pulsed with shared devotion. A woman, eyes wide with fervor, began to sway, drawing others into the rhythm of her movement. Soon, they were all lost in the sway, their bodies flowing together in a dance that spoke of life's cycles: birth, death, and rebirth. This was not just a dance. It was communion with the goddess, a visceral connection that transcended words. In the midst of the dance, one man stumbled, falling to his knees. His heart raced, panic rising like an untamed fire. Was it Hecate testing him? Or was it the weight of his own fears surfacing? The others paused, their movements freezing in time as they turned to him, their eyes filled with concern and curiosity. Then, as if guided by an unseen hand, the woman who had led the dance approached him. She knelt beside him, holding his trembling hands, her voice a soothing balm. She whispered words of encouragement, a reminder that even in darkness, there is light to be found. The man steadied himself, the warmth of her touch kindling a spark of hope deep within. The moment was electric, a reminder of the power of community and the strength that could be drawn from one another. With renewed determination, he rose to his feet, joining the circle once more. The tension of the moment now transformed into a new energy that surged throughout the gathering. As the night deepened, offerings of wine were poured into the sacred fire, the dark liquid bubbling and hissing as it met the flames. This was the moment of release, a letting go of fears and regrets, a purification of the spirit. The scent of burning herbs wafted through the air, intoxicating and heady, as if Hecate herself was breathing life into the night. The worshippers closed their eyes, feeling the heat of the flames against their skin, allowing themselves to be drawn into the sacred space they had created together. The goddess was near, her presence felt like a cool breeze brushing against their skin, a whisper that echoed in their minds. Each was called to make a vow, a promise to honor the lessons learned in the darkness. Some vowed to embrace change, others to seek knowledge, while a few pledged to help those in need. Each vow was sacred, a thread weaving them closer to Hecate and to each other, creating an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of shared experience. As the ritual reached its climax, a hush fell over the grove. The worshippers stood still, breathing in the magic that crackled in the air. Then, an owl hooted from the treetops, a sign that their evening was coming to an end. With heavy hearts, they prepared to leave, but not before taking a moment to reflect on everything they had experienced. They touched the statue of Hecate, feeling the cool stone beneath their fingertips, a tangible connection to the goddess they had honored. As they dispersed into the night, each person carried a piece of the ritual within them, a spark ignited by Hecate that would guide them through the trials and tribulations of life. The shadows receded behind them, but the flickering flames continued to burn, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of the goddess would always be there, waiting to lead them back to her sacred embrace. The echoes of their vows lingered in the air, whispering promises of hope, resilience, and transformation in every step they took away from the grove, a unity that would resonate through the ages. The moon hung high in the clear night sky, casting a silvery glow over the ancient landscape of Rome. Shadows danced across the cobbled streets, flickering like ghosts from ages long past. It was a time of change, a time when the old and new collided, and the air was thick with anticipation. The people moved about with whispered prayers, their hearts clinging to the familiar yet yearning for something new. Among the temples and bustling markets, the essence of Hecate began to shift, her powerful presence blending with the emerging Roman spirit. Hecate, once the revered goddess of magic, ghosts, and the night, held dominion over thresholds and transitions. In the dimly lit corners of shrines, she was worshipped fervently, her dark qualities embracing the mysteries of life and death. Yet, as the Roman Empire expanded, so too did the influence of new gods and the need for a more integrated pantheon. The whispers of the people began to reshape her identity, transforming her from a singular, enigmatic figure into something more familiar, a goddess that could reside comfortably among the many deities of Rome. As the Romans encountered Hecate through their interactions with the Greeks, her image began to evolve. She was no longer just a deity associated with the underworld and sorcery. She became synonymous with the crossroads, the very essence of choice and fate. The Romans were captivated by this duality, her ability to straddle the line between light and dark, between the seen and unseen. They began to see her not only as a goddess of the night, but as a guiding force in their daily lives, a protector of travelers and a guardian of the mundane. In the bustling heart of the city, street vendors called out, their voices mingling with the laughter of children chasing the last light of day. In the shadows, A temple dedicated to Hecate stood, its stone walls worn and weathered, yet resilient. Inside, the flickering of candles illuminated altars adorned with offerings of food and flowers. Women whispered prayers, their hands raised in reverence, seeking guidance in their uncertain lives. But change was insistent, and the once powerful echoes of Hecate's name began to transform into something softer, less intimidating. With each passing year, as the Romans adopted and adapted various deities, Hecate's essence began to intertwine with that of other gods. The goddess of the underworld was now being seen through a different lens, one that offered a blend of wisdom and protection. An air of gentleness enveloped her as she became Trivia, a name that echoed a more benign side of her being. Trivia, a goddess of the crossroads and a guide to the lost, resonated with the people who sought clarity amidst their struggles and choices. In quiet ceremonies held late at night, priests and priestesses offered sacrifices to Trivia. The scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the hushed prayers of those who sought her favor. It was a sacred moment, one that bound the worshippers together in a tapestry of hope and desire. The once fearsome goddess was being reimagined, her fierce aura tempered by the warmth of human longing for security and guidance. As the sun rose the next day, bright and bold, the people of Rome began to embrace this new iteration of Hecate. They adorned her statues with floral wreaths, her likeness now smiling gently upon them from newly crafted altars. These offerings spoke volumes, a testament to the Roman ability to assimilate and transform, to find comfort in the unknown. The goddess who once ruled over dark magic now became a symbol of safe passage, a beacon at the crossroads of life. But in the transition from Hecate to Trivia, a lingering tension hung in the air, a bittersweet feeling of loss yet also of hope. Those who remembered the old ways whispered stories of her former power, of the time when she commanded respect and fear. They spoke of the sacrifices made at her altar, the blood spilled to ensure safe travels for those who dared to venture into the unknown. As the new generation poured offerings at the feet of Trivia, a part of the old Hecate faded, leaving behind memories that tinged the air with nostalgia. In the streets filled with vibrant life, the echoes of a past life whispered through the alleys, like shadows that refused to disappear. Intrigued, the people began to seek out the remnants of Hecate's darker legacy. They visited hidden shrines and ancient ruins, piecing together the fragments of an identity that was slowly being overshadowed. While the worship of Trivia flourished, a small, brave group emerged, calling for a revival of the old ways, a return to the depth and complexity of Hecate. In their fervor, they created a tension in the air, a spark of rebellion against the simplicity of the new. They lit candles in the dark, invoking the goddess of the night, and offered up prayers not only for guidance but for the wisdom that came with the weight of the world. In their hearts, they believed that Hecate's power could coexist with Trivia's gentleness, a duality that spoke to the human experience, a blend of love and loss, light and shadow. As one moonlit night followed another, the people of Rome stood at a crossroads, grappling with their identities, their traditions, and the evolving nature of their worship. The tension between Hecate and Trivia grew, interwoven like the threads of a rich tapestry, each strand telling a story of devotion, fear, and hope. And just when the chants of devotion seemed to settle into a rhythm, the winds shifted, carrying hints of a new era where the past and present would need to find balance. The night deepened, and the air crackled with energy as the followers of Hecate and Trivia prepared for a gathering, a moment that could tip the scales. Would they embrace the complexities of their shared mythology, or would the shadows of the past be cast away in favor of a comfortable new identity? As the candles flickered in the soft light, the answer lingered tantalizingly in the air, waiting for the moment to unfold. The moon hung low, casting an eerie glow over a lonely intersection where two roads met, shrouded in mist and secrets. This was not just any crossroads. It was a place where choices lingered in the air like the scent of damp earth after rain, where shadows danced with the whispers of the past. Legends told of Hecate, the ancient goddess of magic and witchcraft, who governed these mysterious intersections, where the ordinary met the extraordinary. Hecate's presence at the crossroads was more than a mere coincidence. It was a tightrope walk between worlds. With every flicker of candlelight and every flickering flame from torches set at the edges, the air thickened with palpable tension. This was where seekers came, drawn by an unseen force, hoping to gain insight or make a choice that would change their lives forever. What lay before them was not just a decision but a path laden with possibilities, each choice branching into unknown futures. In ancient Greece, the crossroads were sacred. They were places of offering, where travelers paused to pay homage to Hecate, leaving behind tokens, bread, honey, or small coins, as a plea for guidance. The goddess, with her three faces gazing in different directions, symbolized the past, present, and future, embodying the essence of choice and consequence. Each offering was a thread, woven into the fabric of fate, a way to connect with the unseen forces that governed their lives. But the crossroads were not merely a sanctuary for the lost. They were also a realm of danger and transformation. Many spoke of dark omens that hung heavy in the air after sunset. A solitary figure lingering at the intersection might find themselves confronted by a shadowy presence, an echo of their own fears reflected back at them. The air would chill, and an unsettling feeling would crawl up one's spine, reminding them that Hecate was not just a guardian, but also a sentinel of the hidden truths that lay buried in the night. On one fateful evening, a young woman named Lyra stood at the crossroads. Her heart raced as she weighed her options. She could follow the path to her left, leading back to the life she had always known, or tread the right path, which whispered of adventure, freedom, and the unknown. But standing there, she felt the weight of other souls who had come before her, their choices echoing like whispers in the wind. Hecate's presence was tangible. It wrapped around her like a cloak, urging her to listen, to feel the pull of destiny. Every choice at the crossroads had consequences, and Lyra could sense the gravity of each path. She remembered the stories of those who had come before her, the ones who sought Hecate's favor and paid dearly for their decisions. Tales of lost loves, haunting regrets, and the haunting melody of what could have been sent shivers down her spine. The crossroads were a mirror reflecting the deepest desires and darkest fears, a reminder that no path was without its thorns. As the moonlight flickered, casting long shadows upon the ground, Lyra's heart raced. The crossroads had a rhythm, a pulse that quickened in her chest, urging her to choose. What would it take for her to step forward? A voice whispered her name, soft yet commanding, weaving through the air like silk. The sound was both familiar and foreign, echoing the allure of Hecate herself. It was an invitation, a challenge to summon her courage and step into the unknown. But there were other forces at play, ancient and unseen. The veil between worlds thinned at the crossroads, where spirits lingered, both benevolent and malevolent. Some travelers spoke of encounters with those who had lost their way, eternally bound to the intersection, forever seeking resolution. Others whispered of darker figures, shadows that fed on the indecision and fear that hung heavy in the air. In this realm of twilight, every whisper could be a warning, and every rustle of leaves could herald an unseen presence. Lyra could feel the tension building, the air electric with possibility. She sensed that every choice she made would ripple through time, impacting not only her life but those around her. As she stood at that pivotal point, the spirits of the crossroads surged around her, each one a reminder of the power that lay in her hands. The weight of generations bore down on her, the echoes of those who had walked these paths before, their hopes and regrets woven into the ground beneath her feet. The crossroads were a place of transformation, a crucible where the mundane met the magical. Time and space melded together, twisting into an intricate tapestry of fate. With each heartbeat, Lyra felt herself being drawn deeper, the pull of Hecate's essence urging her to confront her own shadows. What did she truly desire? What was she willing to sacrifice for the life she dreamed of? The questions hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, yet exhilarating. In an instant, she felt the ground tremble beneath her, a surge of energy that shook her to the core. The crossroads, alive with history and emotion, roared to life. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat that echoed with the weight of every choice ever made at this sacred juncture. Lyra could almost hear the laughter of those who had danced down their chosen paths, the tears of those who had turned back in fear, and the silence of those who had been swallowed by the darkness. Her resolve solidified, and as she stepped forward, the world around her shimmered. The crossroads, once a mere intersection of paths, transformed into a swirling vortex of choices and consequences. Hecate's laughter echoed in the distance, both a warning and an encouragement, beckoning her to embrace the unknown. The air crackled with anticipation, and with that single step, Lyra plunged into a journey woven through the very fabric of destiny, where every intersection would lead to another, and the story was far from over. The night was thick with anticipation, cloaked in a blanket of stars that twinkled like the eyes of the gods themselves. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, whispers of enchantment slithered through the air, mingling with the scent of roasting chestnuts and the distant laughter of revelers. A flickering torch illuminated the shadows, casting eerie shapes that danced along the cobblestones, as if the spirits of the past were watching. For the Romans, magic was not just a flicker of imagination. It was a palpable force that threaded through their lives, a blend of fear, wonder, and an all-consuming desire for power. In this world, magic was as common as the sun rising over the forum. The Romans held a complicated relationship with the supernatural, alternating between reverence and terror. They believed in the omnipresence of the divine, each god and goddess waiting to lend a hand or hurl misfortune. But alongside their pantheon, there existed a shadowy underbelly of sorcery and spells, where the ordinary turned extraordinary, where the mundane morphed into the miraculous. At the heart of every ritual was a deep, throbbing need for control over the uncontrollable, a desperate grasping at the threads of fate. Consider the figure of a soothsayer, draped in flowing robes that whispered with each movement. With piercing eyes, he gazed into the flickering flames of an altar, his voice a low murmur as he recited verses laden with ancient power. Troops preparing for battle would gather around him, seeking guidance on whether to march into the unknown. "The omens are favorable," he would declare, voice echoing with authority. And in that moment, hope surged like a tide, washing over the soldiers' hearts. Yet, the same soothsayer could just as easily cast a shadow of despair with a single dreadful word, invoking the fear of fate's fickle nature. Magic was not confined to the shadows. It thrived in the very fabric of Roman society. From the bustling marketplaces to the stately homes of senators, charms and amulets were woven into everyday life. Mothers would tie red threads around their infants' wrists to ward off malevolent spirits, while merchants carried talismans to ensure bountiful harvests and profitable sales. Every corner of Rome pulsed with the energy of belief, a living tapestry of hope stitched together with superstition. Yet, the line between the sacred and the profane was razor-thin. Some practitioners of magic were revered, while others were feared and shunned. The Romans had a word for those who dabbled in dark arts: magi. These sorcerers were often seen as a threat, their spells thought to invoke the ire of the gods. The mere mention of their names sent shivers down spines, conjuring images of curses and calamities. To accuse someone of magic was to brand them with a mark of danger, a scarlet letter that could lead to exile or worse. The fear of magic manifested in public spectacles, where those accused of witchcraft were paraded before jeering crowds. The air crackled with tension as the accused stood before the assembled masses, fear painting their faces. They would plead their innocence amidst cries for justice, the mob wielding the power of belief like a weapon. The Romans were captivated by the drama, entranced by the idea that the supernatural could so easily intertwine with their reality. In one moment, they were citizens of a great empire. In the next, they were mere mortals, vulnerable to forces beyond their understanding. Among the elite, the fascination with magic took on a different hue. Wealthy patricians sought out magicians for private consultations, eager to peer into the abyss of their futures. They craved knowledge that lay beyond the veil, attempting to snatch at the threads of destiny that eluded them. Some hired astrologers to chart their fates, while others engaged in elaborate rituals designed to curry favor with the gods. Yet, even in these opulent halls, a creeping unease lurked. For what price was one willing to pay for knowledge? What sacrifices lay hidden beneath the surface of their desires? In darkened alleyways, whispers of forbidden spells slithered like smoke. An underground of sorcerers practiced their craft in secrecy, concocting brews and chanting incantations that could summon love, inflict harm, or even alter the threads of life itself. These rituals were fraught with danger. The consequences of meddling with the supernatural could spiral out of control, leaving devastation in their wake. Yet the lure was irresistible. The thrill of power, the intoxicating rush of bending reality, drove many to seek out the unthinkable. As tales of magic spread, they became woven into the very fabric of Roman culture, from the poetry of Virgil to the teachings of philosophers who pondered the nature of the universe. Was the world governed by chance, or did unseen forces guide the fates of men? Questions echoed in the marble halls of the Senate as lawmakers debated the morality of magic. Some argued it was a divine gift, while others insisted it was a perversion of the natural order, a rebellion against the gods. An air of dread and excitement filled the city as the festival of Perilia approached, a time dedicated to purification and the worship of the goddess Pales. Amidst the jubilant celebrations, a tension simmered just below the surface. The Romans danced and feasted, but they also prayed, offering their hopes and fears to the divine. They understood that while they could revel in the joys of life, the supernatural world loomed just beyond the veil, ready to intervene at any moment. As night fell, the streets became alive with flickering lanterns and the distant sound of laughter. Yet a shadow lingered. A young woman, desperate to escape a life of hardship, stood at a crossroads, clutching a small pouch filled with herbs and trinkets. She whispered a prayer to the gods, beseeching them for a chance, for something more than the mundane existence that bound her. The energy in the air shifted, charged with the weight of her yearning. In this moment, she became a part of the great tapestry of Roman belief, a reminder of the fragile balance between hope and despair, magic and reality. Her heart raced with the knowledge that in seeking the extraordinary, one often walked the narrow line between blessings and curses. The city breathed in unison, each heartbeat echoing the tumult of desires and fears. The flickers of torches illuminated the faces of the hopeful, the desperate, and the powerful, all intertwined in a narrative that thrived on the edge of the known and the unknown. And as the night deepened, the realm of magic continued to pulse at the heart of Rome, a siren song that would never fade, always drawing the curious and the brave closer to its embrace. The moon hung low and heavy in the ink-black sky, casting silvery shadows that danced like whispers among the ancient trees. Somewhere in the darkness, a chill wind swept through the forest, stirring the leaves into a rustling murmur of secrets. It was here, amidst the silence and the soft sighs of the night, that Hecate emerged, the goddess of magic, ghosts, and the unseen paths that twist through the world. Her presence was electric, a shiver that ran through the air, palpable and unsettling, igniting a curiosity that lured the unwary deeper into the realm of her haunting allure. Classical texts dripped with her essence, each word a thread woven into the fabric of her complex identity. Hesiod, that ancient bard, spoke of her in theogony, placing her alongside the titans and the mighty gods. She was not just a goddess but a force of nature, a triple aspect that echoed the phases of the moon, maiden, mother, and crone. Each facet of her was a doorway to the unknown, a chance to glimpse the mysteries that lay just beyond human understanding. The chilling realization struck. She was not merely a figure to be revered, but a being of immense power that could swing the balance between light and dark. In the shadows of her divine narrative, there lay layers of fear and fascination. Virgil, in the Aeneid, summoned her formidable presence, portraying her as a guide through the treacherous underworld. Here, she was not an easily understood deity. She was a guardian of thresholds, standing vigilant at the crossroads of life and death. The way he described her, with her torch held aloft, illuminating the path for lost souls, sent shivers down the spine. One could almost hear the echoes of the damned calling out from the depths, a haunting melody of despair that wrapped around the heart like a cold vice. But she was more than just a specter in the dark. Hecate was celebrated in the magical spells of the Greek magical papyri, where her name was invoked in incantations that sought her favor. Her essence permeated the air thick with desire, desperation, and the raw thirst for power. Those who sought to harness her magic often found themselves caught in a web of intricate rituals, fumbling with herbs and moonlit offerings, their hearts pounding with a mixture of dread and excitement. They knew well the legends, that to summon Hecate was to beckon potent forces, and with such forces came perilous consequences. The very thought of her power sent chills through the bravest of souls. As the literary tapestry of Hecate unfolded, the threads grew darker and more tangled. The tragic tale of Medea, as told by Euripides, wrapped around her like a shroud. Medea, a figure steeped in passion and betrayal, called upon Hecate in her most desperate hour. The goddess was her ally in a world that had turned against her, swirling with the intoxicating promise of vengeance. In those moments, Hecate transformed into an embodiment of rage and despair. Her influence on Medea was palpable, a sinister undertone that echoed throughout the play, an exploration of the human condition, where love and hate intertwined viciously. And then, there was Ovid, who captured Hecate in Metamorphoses, painting her as a mysterious enchantress, cloaked in shadows, fingers tracing the lines of fate. His words wrapped around her like a fog, heavy with secrets waiting to be unveiled. As he described her in the context of transformation, the imagery became almost tangible. The night blossomed into a garden of specters, and Hecate, with her uncanny ability to shift and change, became a force of metamorphosis, embodying the very essence of change itself. She was an enigma that blurred the lines between reality and fantasy, leaving readers breathless and yearning for more. In the echoes of these ancient texts, there were hints of dread, a sense of foreboding that lingered long after the pages were turned. Hecate was not merely a figure of worship. She was also a harbinger of the darker aspects of the human soul. The witch trials of later centuries tapped into this primal fear, intertwining her name with malevolence and sorcery. But in the classical world, she was revered, a paradoxical figure who commanded both respect and fear. The duality of her nature resonated deeply, a reminder of the thin veil that separated the known from the unknown. The air thickened with the stories of old, rich with the aroma of burning candles and the faintest hint of sulfur. Hecate's symbol, the key, unlocked the doors to realms unseen, gateways to realms where only the bravest dared to tread. Her influence rippled through time, captivating the imaginations of poets and playwrights, each attempting to capture the essence of a goddess who thrived in the shadows. The tales told were not just stories. They were warnings, reminders of the power one wielded when invoking a deity who held dominion over the night. Each whispered invocation summoned a sense of urgency, a pull towards the edge of comprehension. Hecate lingered just beyond the fringes of understanding, her presence deeply felt and yet elusive. The stories intertwined like tendrils of smoke, swirling and shifting, leaving traces of her influence across the ages. The tales of Hecate in classical literature were more than mere words on a page. They were an invitation to confront the very essence of what it meant to engage with the supernatural. It was a tapestry woven from the threads of human emotion, a blend of fear, power, love, and loss. Hecate stood at the center, a goddess whose complexity was mirrored in the hearts of those who dared to reflect on her nature. As the night deepened, the moon shone brighter, illuminating the paths of those ready to explore the secrets she held, hinting at the limitless possibilities that lay ahead, just waiting to be embraced. The stories of her presence lingered in the air, a constant reminder of the power of the written word, drawing the reader further into the spellbinding labyrinth of Hecate's world. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced on the stone walls of a Roman villa. It was dusk, that fragile time when the day slipped away and the darkness crept in, wrapping the world in its cold embrace. Outside, the streets were alive with the sounds of laughter and chatter, but inside, a palpable fear hung in the air, thick and suffocating. It was a fear whispered by trembling lips and felt in the bones of every Roman citizen. The fear of Hecate. Hecate was no ordinary goddess. While others were celebrated in lavish temples and adorned with flowers, she was often shunned, feared like a ghost that lingered in the shadows. Known as the goddess of magic, witchcraft, and the night, she was a figure cloaked in mystery, her very name sending shivers down spines. Romans did not merely fear her power, they feared what she represented. She was the embodiment of the unknown, and it was the unknown that gnawed at their hearts. As the moon rose, casting a silvery light over the villa, a group of Romans gathered in hushed tones, their faces pale and drawn. They spoke of omens and portents, of strange happenings that stirred unease in their souls. A child had gone missing from the village last week. A woman had been found wandering the streets, muttering curses under her breath, and livestock had been found dead, their bodies twisted in unnatural positions. Each incident was a thread in a tapestry of dread, and they all pointed to Hecate's shadow. The Romans believed Hecate walked the boundaries between life and death. They imagined her roaming graveyards, her presence felt in the chill of the night air. Some claimed to have seen her in the moonlight, a figure cloaked in darkness, flanked by ghostly hounds. Hecate was both a protector and a punisher, a benevolent guardian of the threshold and a relentless force of vengeance. Her dual nature left them trembling, unsure of whether to seek her favor or cower in her presence. In the flickering light, a woman named Lydia stood out. Her deep-set eyes glimmered with fear, but there was something else: determination. She had lost her brother, taken too soon, and whispers suggested that Hecate had claimed him. "We must offer her something," Lydia insisted, her voice rising above the fearful murmurs. "Perhaps if we appease her, she will return what she has stolen." The room fell silent, the weight of her words settling over them like a heavy fog. With a heart pounding like a war drum, Lydia led the group to the outskirts of the city, where the shadows stretched long and the air was thick with tension. They gathered at an ancient crossroads, a sacred place believed to be a meeting point for the mortal and divine. The crossroads, laden with the energy of countless past offerings, seemed to pulse with life, a reminder of the spirits that lingered just beyond the veil. As they arranged their offerings, bread, wine, and trinkets, they felt the chill of the night deepen. The wind whispered secrets, rustling the leaves above their heads, and the moon, now full and round, illuminated their trembling hands. Each of them thought of what Hecate might demand in return. A promise, a sacrifice, the toll of a soul. Then, amid their anxious preparations, an owl hooted, a sound that echoed through the night, as if Hecate herself were watching. Lydia felt a shiver run down her spine. Her heart raced as she sensed a presence, something lurking just beyond the edge of her vision. The others felt it too, a shared awareness that something ancient and powerful was stirring in the darkness. "Do you hear that?" a man whispered, his voice cracking with fear. They all nodded, holding their breath, listening to the rustle of the night. The uncertainty of what lay ahead gnawed at their insides. What if Hecate rejected their offerings? What if she turned her wrath upon them, instead of granting their desperate plea? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the crossroads, extinguishing their torches in an instant. Panic surged among them, a primal instinct screaming to flee, yet they stood frozen. The air grew thick with an otherworldly energy, and in that moment, they sensed the weight of Hecate's gaze upon them. It was palpable, a force that sent chills rippling through their bodies. Fear intermingled with awe, and they were left trembling in the silence that followed. As darkness enveloped them, Lydia felt a spark of courage ignite within her. "We must not turn away," she urged, her voice surprisingly steady. "We must confront the unknown." With that, she stepped forward, her heart pounding fiercely against her ribs. It was a bold move, one that echoed the bravery of those who had faced the wrath of the gods before her. The others hesitated, caught between fear and her fierce determination. What happened next would be whispered about for generations to come, a tale woven into the fabric of Roman life. In the depths of that night, Hecate's presence was undeniable. The air shimmered, and shadows took shape, forming into figures that hovered just beyond their reach. The spirits of the dead, those who had crossed the threshold she guarded, surged around them, their whispers a haunting melody. Each one carried stories of loss and longing, threading through the fabric of time. In the midst of it all, Lydia stood her ground, heart racing, eyes wide with both terror and wonder. She knew she was not just facing a goddess. She was confronting the very essence of fear itself, the fear of what lay beyond, the fear of being forgotten, and the fear of not knowing what would happen next. This moment, filled with tension and dread, felt suspended in time, a fragile balance between despair and hope. And as the darkness thickened, they all felt it, the weight of their fears pressing down, yet also the flicker of hope igniting within. Hecate was not just an entity to be feared. She was a reminder of the unknown paths that lay ahead, paths filled with both peril and potential. The air crackled with energy as they faced the unfathomable, their hearts beating as one, caught in the spell of the goddess who held the keys to their deepest fears and their most fervent desires. And as this moment stretched on, it blurred the lines between fear and faith, between the known and the unknown, entwining their fates in ways they could never have imagined. In the flickering shadows of a moonlit night, women gathered in secret, their whispers merging into a haunting symphony that danced through the trees. The air crackled with an energy both magnetic and unsettling, heavy with the scent of herbs and the promise of power. This was not just a meeting. It was a communion with the divine, a moment when the boundaries between the mortal and the supernatural blurred. These devoted followers of Hecate, goddess of magic and the night, felt an intoxicating mix of fear and exhilaration. Hecate's cult was a sanctuary for women seeking strength in a world that often stripped them of it. Here, under the watchful gaze of their goddess, they found a voice amplified by magic and mystery. Women who had been silenced by the constraints of society transformed into figures of influence, wielding powers that sent shivers down the spines of men who dared to underestimate them. They were midwives, healers, and seers, shaping destinies while tiptoeing along the edges of fear and reverence. The rituals were as ancient as the moon itself, passed down through generations like sacred secrets. In the depths of the night, surrounded by flickering torches and the soft rustle of robes, they prepared sacred offerings. Each woman bore her own story, marked by loss, betrayal, and yearning. As they cast their spells, invoking Hecate's name, their voices rose in unison, creating a palpable energy that seemed to ripple through the very earth beneath their feet. Sparks of understanding ignited in their eyes as they shared their fears and hopes, each confession woven into the tapestry of their collective power. Yet, as they embraced this newfound strength, an undercurrent of fear chased them like a shadow. The world outside their sacred circle was not kind to those who wandered too far from the accepted path. Rumors of witchcraft, shunned practices, and the dark arts fluttered like ominous bats in the night. Those who dared to walk the line between the sacred and the forbidden often paid the ultimate price, burned at the stake or cast out as pariahs. The women knew the risks. They danced with danger, yet felt the intoxicating thrill of defiance. In the flicker of the firelight, the stories of past sacrifices hung in the air, the weight of history pressing down on their shoulders. They remembered the tales of women who had stood against the tide, strong enough to defy the oppressive norms of society. Each name, each story, was a reminder of the strength that lay within them, a strength that had been born from pain and loss. They whispered these names reverently as they poured offerings into the flames, honoring those who had come before, those who had paved the way for them to gather in this sacred space. A chill danced through the grove as the air thickened with magic. As night deepened, the women turned to the shadows, where Hecate was said to dwell. They could feel her presence in the rustling leaves, hear her whispers in the rustle of the night. She was a mother, a protector, and a fierce warrior, a figure molded by both light and darkness. In that moment, the women felt invincible, their hearts beating in rhythm with the pulse of the universe. They were no longer just women. They were vessels of power, embodying the fierce spirit of the goddess they served. But lurking beneath the strength was a deep-seated fear of what they could unleash. They understood that with great power comes a haunting responsibility. The ancient texts spoke of the duality of magic, the ability to heal intertwined with the capacity to harm. As they wielded Hecate's gifts, they tread carefully. Each incantation was a choice laden with consequence. The lines between right and wrong blurred under the brilliance of the moon. As the night wore on, the air thickened with tension. A sudden rustling in the underbrush sent a wave of anxiety through the group. Were they being watched? The flickering flames cast eerie shadows, twisting the faces of the women into ghostly figures. They exchanged glances, their hearts racing. In that moment, they were both powerful and vulnerable, warriors of the night who understood the peril of their craft. Hecate's presence was more than reassurance. It was a reminder of the sacrifices made by those who came before. The women felt the weight of their ancestors' struggles, the legacy of those who had fought for the right to own their destinies. With that knowledge came a sharp awareness of their own fragility, a reminder that the world outside these woods was filled with judgment and fear. Yet fear was not enough to silence them. As the candles flickered and the night deepened, they began to chant, their voices rising in a crescendo that filled the air with strength and purpose. The darkness was theirs, a cloak of power they could both wield and embrace. Each word echoed their resolve, a proclamation of their right to exist, to practice, to be free from the chains that bound them. But as the ritual reached its peak, the wind howled, and an eerie silence fell over the grove. The shadows seemed to shift, the darkness growing thicker, swallowing the light. An unshakable tension gripped the air, a sense that something was about to break. The women held their breaths, their hearts pounding as they faced the unknown, poised between power and fear, ready to confront whatever lay ahead. In that moment, they knew that the path they walked was fraught with danger, but the allure of Hecate's power was too intoxicating to resist. They were both the hunted and the hunters, guardians of a tradition that had weathered the storms of time. They could feel the pulse of Hecate in their veins, a reminder that fear was merely a shadow, and within that shadow lay the shimmering light of possibility. As the night deepened and the winds howled, they stood defiant, united in their purpose, ready to embrace what the darkness would bring. A chill swept through the streets of ancient Rome as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like whispered secrets. In that twilight moment, a figure cloaked in darkness emerged, her silhouette striking against the dimming sky. This was Hecate, the enigmatic goddess who straddled the line between light and shadow, comfort and terror. In a society where every corner held the breath of life and death, she was both guardian and harbinger, a paradox that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to walk the night. Hecate's influence was felt everywhere, especially in the whispers of the fearful and the prayers of the desperate. The streets buzzed with stories of her power as a protector. Families would leave offerings at their thresholds, simple tokens of bread and salt, hoping to garner her favor and protection from the darker forces that roamed their world. Her three faces, each representing a different aspect of life, youth, adulthood, and old age, reminded the Romans of time's merciless passage but also of the safety she could provide through her knowledge of the other side. In the market square, merchants exchanged goods but also tales of dread. They spoke of spirits that could snatch away children in the dead of night, of curses and malevolent ghosts that lurked in the shadows. In those moments, Hecate became a beacon of hope. Her name was invoked like a spell, a whispered prayer to a deity who could shield them from the horrors that prowled just beyond the flickering light of their oil lamps. The iron gates of homes became sanctuaries, warded against evil with the mere mention of her name, a protective charm that stirred the air thick with anticipation and fear. Yet, Hecate was not just a figure of benevolence. She was also a reminder of the darker aspects of existence. Citizens understood that to seek her protection was to acknowledge the omnipresent fear that hovered like a storm cloud. The very thought of her was enough to send a shiver racing down the spine. A goddess who could unveil the mysteries of death and the underworld, who walked the lines separating the living from the dead. Families would tell their children not to wander too far on moonlit nights, for Hecate's watchful gaze was ever present, her power palpable in the air, a tender yet chilling reminder of the boundaries they dared not cross. In the solstice festivals, priests draped in ceremonial robes would invoke her name, igniting bonfires that crackled and roared like the fears of the people. The flames flickered, casting eerie shadows that twisted and morphed into shapes reminiscent of lost souls seeking guidance. It was during these rituals that the atmosphere thickened with an electrifying tension. As the crowd watched, hearts racing, they felt the pull of something otherworldly. Hecate stood at the crossroads, a silent observer of both their worship and their fear. Then there were the witch trials, a grim reflection of the society's paranoia. Women accused of sorcery were said to have made pacts with Hecate herself, drawing upon her dark powers to wreak havoc on unsuspecting neighbors. The air crackled with tension as the accused were dragged before the courts, fear coursing through the spectators like a wild river. In those moments, Hecate's name became both shield and sword, a duality that could protect or condemn. The uncertainty rattled the hearts of the onlookers. They were enraptured, horrified, and yet somehow drawn to the chaos she inspired. Within the confines of the home, families created altars dedicated to Hecate, adorned with images and symbols that represented her multifaceted nature. Each night, as candles flickered to life, the air would fill with the scent of incense and offerings, creating a serene atmosphere that stood in stark contrast to the fears lurking outside. It was a ritual of trust, an act of courage in the face of an uncertain world. The soft glow of the candles cast long shadows on the walls, reflecting the love and trepidation that coexisted in their hearts. In those intimate moments, they felt her presence, the warmth of her guardianship mingling with the chilling reminder of what lay beyond the veil of reality. In whispered conversations, the tales of Hecate's guidance were recounted, stories of lost paths being found, of guidance through the dark labyrinths of life. Yet, with each tale came an undercurrent of fear, for with her power came the inevitable reminder of mortality. Her ability to traverse the realms of the living and the dead lent her an air of dread, a specter that loomed large in the Roman psyche. The citizens revered her, yet they trembled at the thought of her true nature. As the night deepened, a palpable tension swirled in the air, punctuated by the cries of night owls and the rustle of unseen creatures. Hecate's watchful presence was everywhere, reminding them that safety was but a thin veil, easily pierced by the unknown. The candles flickered erratically as the wind howled through the streets, as if Hecate herself was stirring, watching over her people with a blend of maternal love and fierce unpredictability. In the flickering light of the altars, the Romans offered their fears, casting them into the darkness with hopes of protection. Yet, as the shadows lengthened and the night deepened, a haunting thought settled in. Could they ever truly be safe from the darkness that lurked beyond? Hecate stood steadfast at the crossroads, a guardian who held the power to shield them, but also to remind them of the fragility of life. The tension bubbled beneath the surface, a constant interplay between fear and reverence, a reminder that in the dance of guardianship, one must always be wary of the shadows that lie in wait. In this delicate balance, Hecate thrived, her presence both a comfort and a source of unease. Just as the night threatened to swallow the last light, the stories of her guardianship would echo through the alleys and halls of Rome, a reminder that in the embrace of fear, there lay the potential for profound strength. The stories would continue, weaving through the fabric of society, a reminder that Hecate was always watching, always protecting, and always lurking just beneath the surface of their everyday lives. In the flickering shadows of ancient temples, whispers echoed through the night, carrying tales of a goddess both revered and feared. Hecate, the goddess of magic and witchcraft, stood at the crossroads of light and darkness, her very essence a mix of beauty and terror. As the moon hung low in the sky, casting eerie silvery beams onto the earth, stories began to unfold, revealing the chilling companions that often walked beside her. Hecate was not alone in her dominion. By her side lingered spirits and demons that stirred the air with an unsettling energy, their presence felt even by the bravest of souls. The air thickened with tension as those who wandered too close to her realm felt an icy breath against their skin. A warning, perhaps, of the fate that awaited the uninvited. It was said that even the bravest warriors hesitated at her altars, uncertain of the price they might pay for invoking her name. Among these haunting figures was the infamous Eris, the goddess of strife and discord, She was a specter that thrived on chaos, her laughter echoing in the minds of many, driving families apart and turning friends into foes. Those who were touched by her malevolence often found themselves ensnared in bitter arguments and relentless conflicts. Eris danced through their lives like a shadow, leaving chaos in her wake, a testament to the dark side of Hecate's influence. Then there was the enigmatic Phobos, the personification of fear. His presence sent shivers down spines, an unseen force that gripped hearts with a vice-like hold. Nightmares were born from his essence, twisting reality into unfathomable horrors. To encounter Phobos was to confront one's deepest, darkest fears, a sensation so paralyzing that many would rather turn away from the truth than face it. In the quiet corners of the night, when courage fled, he would stand, a reminder that darkness often lurked within. As the moon waned, the whispers grew louder, revealing tales of the Furies, 3 fearsome sisters, embodiments of vengeance. With serpents entwined in their hair and bloodshot eyes, they prowled the earth seeking retribution for the wronged. Their cries pierced the night like daggers, haunting the dreams of those burdened with guilt. The Furies were not mere spirits. They were relentless hunters, thrumming with an energy so potent it could shatter the bravest of hearts. Many sought refuge in the light, but the Furies were always there, lurking, waiting for the moment justice would be served, darkly, inevitably. Yet, even among these formidable spirits, one more sinister figure lingered, the shadowy figure of the witching spirit known as Lamia. Once a beautiful woman, she was transformed into a creature of insatiable hunger, forever cursed to roam the night in search of children to devour. Her piercing gaze was said to freeze the blood in one's veins, luring innocents with the promise of comfort before dragging them into the depths of despair. Mothers warned their children of Lamia's whispers, for it was a sound both enchanting and lethal. The tale was a dark reminder of Hecate's grip on desires gone awry, illustrating the terrifying truth that beauty could hide monstrous intent. Each encounter with these dark entities left scars on the souls of mortals. The gaunt echoes of their laughter filled the air, mingling with the rustle of leaves and the distant howls of wolves. Hecate watched, her eyes gleaming with a knowing light, for she understood the balance of power. Light could not exist without darkness, and in her presence, one could not escape the weight of choices made and the spirits summoned. In the quiet of the night, offerings were laid at Hecate's feet, wool, honey, and the blood of animals, each a desperate plea for protection or guidance. Yet, with each sacrifice came the unspoken acknowledgement that the darker spirits stirred to life, eager to collect their due. Mortals would often be left trembling, wondering if their offerings had appeased the goddess or merely made them fodder for her spectral companions. As shadows stretched across the land, the tales of Hecate's haunting allies grew richer, entwining with the very fabric of human experience. From the dark corners of deserted streets to the flickering flames of bonfires, her name was whispered with reverence and fear, a chant that echoed through generations. The dark spirits danced in tandem with the flickering light, their laughter ringing out, reminding all who dared to summon her power that the shadows always cast a long reach. When the night deepened and silence enveloped the world, the stories of Hecate and her companions became living nightmares. The flickering candles cast long shadows, and the air thickened with the weight of unfulfilled desires and regret. Every rustle of leaves seemed to carry a warning, every gust of wind a reminder of the unseen. And so, the cycle continued, a relentless loop where light flirted with darkness, and the spirits of Hecate wove their haunting tales into the very fabric of life. As the moon shone brightly overhead, the realm of shadows and spirits beckoned, a place where truth was often stranger than fiction, and every heartbeat echoed with the pulse of untold stories waiting to be uncovered. The moon hung low over the city of Rome, casting eerie shadows that danced across cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of ancient rites. In the dim light, the figure of a woman cloaked in darkness moved silently through the winding alleys, her presence evoking a potent mix of fear and reverence. This was no ordinary healer. She was a priestess of Hecate, the enigmatic goddess who held sway over the realms of magic, the night, and the mysteries of life and death. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Tales of her powers spread like wildfire. People spoke in hushed tones of her ability to mend broken bones and thwart deadly fevers, as well as her unnerving connections to the spirit world. The poor and desperate flocked to her, bringing offerings of bread and wine, while the wealthy sought her counsel for cures that only she could provide. The air crackled with an electric tension, hinting at the ancient wisdom that sustained her. Knowledge passed down through generations of priestesses. Hecate's influence seeped into every corner of Roman medicine, intertwining with the practices of skilled physicians and herbalists. The famous Galen, a towering figure in the annals of medicine, often found himself at odds with the mystical traditions that pervaded his city. While he relied on anatomy and observation, he couldn't ignore the whispers of those who called upon Hecate. In the dimly lit corners of the marketplace, potions brewed with ingredients gathered under the watchful gaze of the moon could rival Galen's meticulous remedies. Hecate's gifts transformed mere herbs into powerful antidotes, enchanted by the moonlit rituals of her followers. Among these rituals was the sacred offering of poppies, symbolizing both sleep and death. The priestess would place them on an altar under the pale light of the moon, invoking Hecate's name with fervent prayers. The petals became not just a remedy for pain, but a bridge between the corporeal and the spectral, where spirits lingered waiting for their chance to guide the living. When a patient clutched a poppy to their chest, it was believed that they were not merely seeking relief from affliction. They were opening a channel to Hecate herself, who wielded the power to balance life and death. The influence of Hecate extended even to the surgical theaters of Rome, where skilled hands operated under the vigilant eyes of the gods. Surgeons often carried small talismans engraved with Hecate's name, believing that these tokens would protect them from misfortune and ensure the success of their procedures. The tension in the air was palpable as they wielded their scalpels, the line between life and death razor-thin and shimmering. Each incision was a gamble, and with each patient, the surgeon offered a silent prayer, invoking Hecate's guidance as they danced on the precipice of fate. But not all who sought the goddess's aid did so with pure intentions. The darker side of Hecate's influence lurked in the shadows, where envy and greed could transform her blessings into curses. Tales of sorcery swirled through the city, as those who sought power over others called upon her in secret. Potions infused with malice and spells whispered in the dark could lead to swift ruin, showcasing how potent Hecate's gifts could be when wielded by unworthy hands. The air thickened with tension, the line between healer and witch growing ever blurrier. In the depths of the night, the priestess prepared her rituals, surrounded by flickering candles and the scent of burning herbs. The chanting of ancient incantations reverberated through the air, mingling with the wind as it slipped through the cracks of the city. Her followers, cloaked in mystery, recognized this sacred space as a haven where healing and harm coexisted, where the duality of life and death was celebrated rather than feared. Each flicker of flame illuminated the truth that Hecate represented, a complex blend of nurturing and fierce power, reflecting the very essence of humanity. As Rome faced plagues and pestilence, Hecate's name echoed through the streets, a rallying cry for those desperate to save their loved ones from the brink of death. Mothers and fathers would clutch their children, their eyes wide with fear, as they sought the priestess's guidance. It was during these dark hours that her influence shone the brightest. Incense wafted through the air as she performed sacred rituals to cleanse the affected, calling upon Hecate to send forth healing light. The atmosphere crackled with urgency, each heartbeat a reminder of life's fragility. Amidst the chaos, belief in Hecate became a beacon of hope. Those who turned to her in their darkest hours found strength in the whispers of the goddess. The sick were healed, the broken repaired, and the grieving comforted. Her enigmatic presence lingered like a comforting shadow, guiding the lost and the weary back to the light. Yet the tension brewed beneath the surface. The more the Romans embraced Hecate's ways, the more they felt the pull of her dual nature. The dichotomy of healing and harming began to seep into everyday life, and the lines between faith and fear blurred. What if the very rituals meant to save lives were the same ones that beckoned chaos? As the night deepened, the priestess felt the weight of her responsibility pressing down upon her. Could she wield Hecate's gifts without unleashing the darker forces that lay beneath? With every prayer whispered into the night, the stakes grew higher. There was no turning back. The story woven through Hecate's influence had only begun, with shadows lurking and the echoes of the past calling out for recognition. A new dawn awaited, charged not only with the promise of healing, but with the thrilling unpredictability of the unknown. Rome was on the brink of transformation, caught in a web of magic, medicine, and the relentless pull of Hecate's enduring legacy. The moon hung low in the night sky, casting a silver glow over the sleeping world. Beneath its watchful eye, shadows danced and whispered along the winding streets of Rome. In this ancient city, where every stone carried the weight of history, one figure emerged, mysterious and haunting. Hecate, the goddess of magic and the moon, stood at the crossroads of the known and the unknown, her presence both revered and feared. In Roman culture, she was more than just a figure of myth. She was a powerful symbol, often depicted in art that sent shivers down the spine. Her imagery was rich, filled with symbols that evoked a sense of wonder and dread. In a mural tucked away in a forgotten corner of a villa, Hecate was painted with 3 heads, each gazing in a different direction. It was said that she could see all that was hidden, the past, present, and future intertwining in her sinister gaze. The colors were stark, deep blacks and vibrant reds, each stroke of the brush echoing the pulse of life and death, order and chaos. As night fell, artists would gather around flickering torches to sketch her likeness. They poured their souls into capturing her essence. The flicker of flame illuminated fierce eyes that seemed to hold secrets untold, a potent mix of beauty and terror. The Roman poet Ovid wrote of her, describing her as a formidable force, a guardian of the threshold between worlds. Every flick of his quill breathed life into her stories, finding resonance in the hearts of those who felt her call. In temples dedicated to her worship, altars shimmered with offerings. Fresh herbs, animal sacrifices, and delicate trinkets adorned the spaces where her followers prayed. The incense rose like a cloud, wrapping around the figures carved into marble, each one seemingly alive, reflecting the emotions of those who sought her favor. Pairing her with the nocturnal animals that roamed the night, she was often depicted alongside dogs and owls, creatures woven into the fabric of her being. The sharp bark of a dog in the dead of night, the mysterious hoot of an owl on a still evening. These sounds echoed the very essence of Hecate's power. But the imagery of Hecate wasn't limited to temples and villas. It spilled into the very streets of Rome. Street artists crafted vibrant mosaics, their tiny pieces forming intricate patterns that captured her essence. In one mosaic, Hecate stood at a crossroads, her figure grand and imposing. The 4 corners of the piece depicted scenes of life and death, a reminder that every choice held weight. Every path could lead to greatness or ruin. The sparkling tiles glimmered underfoot, a tapestry of stories waiting to be told. Not far from the bustling markets, a statue of Hecate graced a public square. Carved from white marble, it towered over the crowd. Her pose was commanding, one hand raised as if to halt the flow of time. Onlookers would pause, caught in her gaze, feeling a chill run down their spines. Some would even leave small offerings at her feet, a token of gratitude, a plea for protection. Children, curious and wide-eyed, would whisper tales of her power, the stories weaving a spell around them that made the air thrum with excitement. Yet, there was a darker side to her allure. In the shadows of night, her name was whispered among those who dabbled in the forbidden arts. Legend had it that Hecate could be summoned, her presence bringing both enlightenment and madness. The images of her in the form of a woman standing between 2 dogs, holding torches that flickered with an otherworldly light, became symbols of both guidance and peril. Those who sought her often found themselves at the mercy of her whims, drawn into a world where reality blurred and dreams turned to nightmares. Her portrayal in the grand theaters of Rome was equally compelling. Actors donned masks that mirrored her fierce expression, bringing her stories to life before captivated audiences. They weaved tales of her encounters with mortals, how she guided lost souls through the darkness, or revealed the truths that lay hidden beneath the surface. The stage would erupt in gasps as she appeared, her image a haunting reminder of the thin line between fate and free will. In every corner of Roman culture, Hecate's imagery stirred something primal within those who beheld it. She was a reflection of the complex human spirit, embodying the fears and hopes that lay buried in the hearts of many. Her art spoke of the power of choice, the necessity of transformation. She was not just a goddess. She was a mirror to the soul, an invitation to confront the shadows that lurked inside. As the night deepened, the streets of Rome fell silent, yet the legacy of Hecate lingered in the air, a pulse of energy that would not be quelled. The moon continued to shine, illuminating her imagery, whispering to those who dared to listen. Hecate stood unwavering, a figure of eternal mystery, beckoning those who walked the fine line between light and dark to step forward. The story spun on, the very fabric of the city woven with her iconography. Each thread a tale of intrigue, power, and the eternal dance between fate and free will. In the bustling whispers of the night, a new chapter awaited, one that would intertwine with Hecate's haunting presence. The air shimmered with anticipation, as shadows lengthened and the stories of Rome prepared to unfold, each revealing the intertwined destinies of gods and mortals alike. A cold wind swept through the shadowed streets of ancient Rome, carrying whispers of the departed. The flickering flames of oil lamps danced nervously, as if afraid of what lay beyond the veil of life. It was a time when the air thickened with sorrow, and the living gathered to honor the memory of those who had crossed to the other side. Central to this act of remembrance stood Hecate, the enigmatic goddess of the night. As mourners filed into the dimly lit atrium of a grand domus, their faces etched with grief, candles were lit in her honor. Hecate, often depicted with three faces, represented the past, present, and future, the realms of the living and the dead entwined in an eternal embrace. Her presence was felt, a force that guided souls through the dark, ensuring they found their way in the afterlife. The flickering flames illuminated her image, casting ghostly shadows that made the mourners shiver. The Romans believed that death was not an end but a transformation. To navigate this fraught passage, they invoked Hecate, seeking her guidance. In the stillness of the night, families would place offerings at altars adorned with wreaths of herbs and flowers, invoking her name as they whispered their final farewells. Hecate, goddess of the underworld, they pleaded, lead our loved ones into the light. Hecate's role extended well beyond mere symbolism. She was considered the protector of tombs, her spirit believed to linger in graveyards, watching over the souls of the departed. A funeral without her acknowledgement was thought to leave the journey of the deceased incomplete, a heartbreaking reality for those left behind. The living feared that unrecognized souls would wander endlessly, lost in the shadows of the afterlife, their cries echoing through the night. As the funeral rites commenced, a palpable tension filled the air. The mourners, draped in dark togas, gathered around the pyre, their hearts heavy with unspoken words. A priestess of Hecate stepped forward, her voice steady yet laced with an urgency that commanded attention. She called upon the goddess to witness their grief, to envelop the departed in her ethereal embrace. May you find peace, may you find rest, she chanted, her words flowing like a haunting melody. The flames leapt higher, crackling with life, as offerings of bread, wine, and fresh fruits were cast into the fire, mingling with the smoke that curled upward like a plea. It was a sacred act of devotion, a final feast for the soul's journey ahead. The mourners closed their eyes, feeling the weight of Hecate's gaze, a powerful presence that lingered in the sacred space. The tension thickened as the night deepened, a shroud of darkness wrapping around the city. The mourners, caught in the throes of their grief, spoke of the departed, sharing stories that sparked laughter and tears, a bittersweet tapestry woven from the threads of love and loss. They invoked Hecate's name again, asking her to guide the spirit of their loved one into the afterlife, to transform sorrow into solace. In the shadows of the gathering, a child's voice broke through the somber air. Will they come back? The innocent question hung like a ghost, reverberating in the minds of the adults. It was a question that echoed through the ages, touching the core of human existence. The desire to hold onto those we love, even as time pulls them away. The priestess knelt before the child, her heart aching at the purity of the inquiry. Hecate will watch over them, she assured softly, and guide them safely. As the pyre blazed, the mourners felt a shift in the atmosphere. The wind howled, rattling the leaves of the cypress trees that lined the burial grounds. It was a reminder that even in death, life continued on, and Hecate was the bridge between the two realms. The flames flickered in response, whispering secrets of eternity, urging the living to let go yet hold tight to their memories. With each passing moment, the flickering shadows began to transform, taking on shapes that felt familiar and yet distant. Ghostly figures danced within the flames, and for a fleeting second, the mourners could almost see the faces of their lost ones smiling back at them. It was a vision of hope, a promise that love transcended the boundaries of life and death. As dawn broke over the horizon, casting a soft glow upon the grieving faces, the priestess raised her arms to the sky. "Hecate, guide our loved ones with your light," she proclaimed, her voice a powerful incantation that resonated through the gathering. The embers of the pyre began to cool, but the warmth of their memories lingered. In the silence that followed, the mourners felt the presence of Hecate all around them, a protective force that wrapped them in an invisible embrace. Yet, the flicker of fear remained in their hearts. What if their offerings were not enough? What if the spirit lingered, unable to find peace? Thus, they continued to invoke her name, a mantra that echoed in the chambers of their souls. Hecate's role was not just to guide, but to remind them of the fragility of life, the inevitability of loss, and the strength found in unity. As they departed, leaving behind the remnants of their sorrow, the night sky began to lighten, but the shadows lingered. Hecate's influence, powerful and unwavering, stretched beyond the funeral rites, whispering through the lives of those still breathing. The air felt charged with purpose, as if the goddess herself was reminding them to cherish each moment, to hold close the connections that defined their existence. In the distance, the first light of dawn broke, casting long shadows across the ground, a visual testament to life's duality, joy interwoven with grief. Hecate remained, a silent guardian watching over the living and the dead, as the cycle of life continued its relentless march forward, fueled by the warmth of memories and the unbreakable bonds of love. And so, beneath her watchful gaze, the story of life and death ebbed and flowed, forever intertwined in the fabric of existence. The night hung thick with anticipation, cloaked in a velvety darkness that whispered secrets of ancient times. Flickering torches cast dancing shadows on stone altars, where offerings lay waiting, small cakes and sprigs of herbs, glimmering in the soft light. This was the time when the veil between worlds grew thin, and the followers of Hecate gathered, hearts pounding with a mix of reverence and fear. They knew this was no ordinary festival. It was a night of transformation, a sacred communion with the goddess who ruled over magic, witchcraft, and the mysteries of the unknown. As the moon ascended its throne, casting silvery beams across the landscape, fervent chants filled the air. The crowd, draped in dark robes, moved in synchronized steps, their feet whispering against the soil, echoing the rhythm of Earth's heartbeat. This was the festival of Hecate, a time when the line between the living and the spirit world blurred, sending shivers down the spine of every participant. They offered prayers not only for protection but also for guidance through life's twisted paths. Each invocation carried a weight, a plea to the goddess for clarity and strength. The festival was steeped in rituals that had survived the ebb and flow of empires. It echoed with the remnants of ancient Greece, where the goddess was worshipped at the crossroads, symbolizing choices and the journey of life. Participants honored her with midnight processions, where lanterns illuminated the dark, each flickering flame a beacon of hope against the shadows. The air was thick with incense, swirling like spirits dancing in the night, as the devoted carried offerings of garlic and honey, symbols of protection and sweetness in life's trials. In the background, the mournful notes of a lyre resonated, capturing the emotional essence of the evening. Tales were shared of those who had walked the path of Hecate's grace, who had sought her wisdom during times of hardship. Eyes glistened with unshed tears as they spoke of loved ones lost, of choices that haunted them, and of dreams that felt just out of reach. Each story was a thread woven into the tapestry of shared experience, binding the community together in their vulnerabilities and hopes. As the night deepened, a palpable tension filled the air, a blend of excitement and fear. The climax of the festival approached, the moment of communion with Hecate herself. Each worshipper was invited to step forward, to light a candle at the altar dedicated to her, symbolizing personal intentions. Some whispered wishes for love, others for the strength to overcome their fears. The flames danced higher as if responding to their innermost desires, illuminating faces that glowed with determination and faith. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, extinguishing some of the candles and leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The thrill of the unknown surged through the crowd, and a collective gasp echoed, followed by whispers of unease. It was said that Hecate's presence was felt most fiercely in such moments, an indication that she was listening, watching. The tension hung thick, a reminder of the duality of her nature. She was both a protector and a harbinger of fate. The night unfolded further with the ancient rite of the chthonic offerings, where food was buried in the ground as a tribute to the spirits of the departed. This act served as a bridge between the living and the dead, a rich tapestry of gratitude woven into the soil. Each handful of offerings was a prayer, a silent wish sent forth into the earth, a promise to remember those who had walked before. Eyes closed, hands trembling, the faithful felt the weight of their ancestors' stories within them, a palpable connection to the past. As the festival wore on, a deep, rhythmic drumming began, echoing through the night, a pulse that mirrored the collective heartbeat of the gathered souls. It called to them, inviting each person to lose themselves in the rhythm, to dance as if the world outside this sacred space did not exist. The air crackled with energy, bodies moving as one, their voices rising in a chorus that blended joy with sorrow, love with longing. This was not merely a celebration. It was a catharsis, a release of emotions that had long been buried beneath the weight of everyday life. Amidst this whirl of emotion, an elder stepped forward, their voice steady and commanding. With words steeped in wisdom, they recited ancient hymns dedicated to Hecate, invoking her power and presence. The crowd fell silent, each word resonating deep within their souls, awakening a sense of purpose, a longing for connection to something greater than themselves. Tears streamed down faces, illuminating the mixture of hope and despair that filled the atmosphere. It was a moment suspended in time, a collective acknowledgement of both the light and the dark that existed within each person. As dawn approached, the festival began to transition, the energy shifting from wild celebration to quiet reflection. The first light of day cast a soft glow over the landscape, illuminating the remnants of offerings and candles, now flickering with the last breath of night. Participants gathered to share their experiences, to recount the dreams and visions that had emerged during the ritual. The air was thick with a sense of camaraderie, a bond forged through shared vulnerability and collective hope. Yet, as the sun rose, the reality of the world outside encroached upon this sacred moment. The festival would come to an end, but the connection to Hecate, to the mysteries of life and death, would linger long after the torches were extinguished. Each participant left with a piece of the night nestled within them, a spark of courage to face the choices that lay ahead, a reminder of the power of community and the strength found in vulnerability. As they walked away, shadows stretched long in the morning light, a poignant reminder that while the festival concluded, the journey with Hecate, with the choices and challenges of life, was far from over. The echoes of the night reverberated in their hearts, a lingering promise that the goddess would always be there, at the crossroads, guiding them through the labyrinth of existence. And even as they stepped back into the world, they carried with them the whispers of the night, a haunting lullaby that would never truly fade. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the ancient Roman landscape. Shadows danced beneath the gnarled branches of trees, whispering secrets of a forgotten time. In this dim light, two worlds flickered uneasily together, one of powerful gods bathed in glory and another of a goddess shrouded in mystery. Hecate, the queen of the night, stood apart, her presence both captivating and unsettling, beckoning to those willing to confront the unknown. In the bustling heart of Rome, temples dedicated to Jupiter and Mars radiated an air of triumph and strength. These gods were embodiments of valor and power, steeped in the reverence of the people. Jupiter, with his thunderous commands, epitomized authority, while Mars, the embodiment of war, inspired both fear and respect. Citizens would gather, offering sacrifices and prayers, seeking favor from these formidable deities who thrived on public adoration and ritual. Yet, in the shadow of these towering figures, Hecate lingered at the edges, an enigmatic presence who did not demand worship in the same way. Her domain was not one of fiery battlefields or grand parades, but instead of quiet corners and darkened paths, where choices had to be made amidst uncertainty. She was the guardian of thresholds, standing at the intersection of life and death, thought and action, light and darkness. The contrast was stark. The boisterous, noble Roman gods celebrated in the light of day versus the solitary goddess who emerged under the cloak of night. Hecate's image was often depicted with three faces, her gaze penetrating the very soul of those who dared approach her. Each face gazed in a different direction, as if she were forever watching over realms unknown. This triad was a striking reminder of her ability to traverse the boundaries of existence, to guide lost souls through the darkness. Unlike her Roman counterparts who reveled in their singular forms, focused solely on their domains of power and glory. The streets of Rome buzzed with anticipation as festivities honored their celestial protectors. Colorful banners flapped in the wind, and the scent of incense filled the air. People dressed in fine garments, their faces painted with joy and celebration. In stark contrast, Hecate's realm was often depicted in shadowy hues, dark blues and blacks, with flickers of silver from flickering torches illuminating her path. To worship her was to invite introspection, to face one's deepest fears and desires, a stark departure from the boisterous celebrations dedicated to the Roman pantheon. As the city spiraled into the vibrancy of the day, tales of Hecate reverberated through hushed conversations. There were those who spoke of her gift of prophecy, the wisdom she granted to those brave enough to seek her counsel. They recounted how, unlike the Roman gods who might grant favors in exchange for loud prayers and offerings, Hecate demanded silence and sincerity. Hers was a wisdom found in the stillness of the night, a whisper that urged individuals to look within themselves for truth. The choice of invoking Hecate was laden with weight. To seek her guidance was to step away from the dazzling light of the traditional deities, to embrace the shadows that lingered in the depths of one's own soul. Those who sought her often found themselves at a crossroads, feeling the tension between the powerful allure of the Roman gods and the sobering honesty that Hecate represented. This dichotomy created a palpable emotional tension that wove through the very fabric of Roman spirituality. On dark nights, when the moon was veiled in clouds, Hecate might be seen wandering the outskirts of town, accompanied by black dogs, fierce and loyal. The sight would send shivers down spines, as her very presence reminded the people of the unseen forces at play in their lives. As children cowered under their blankets, mothers would tell tales of Hecate, her powers both revered and feared, a duality that echoed in the heart of every listener. In the temples of Rome, sacrifices were made. Animals bled for the gods who demanded such offerings. But for Hecate, the offerings were often less tangible, more introspective. A promise to oneself, a commitment to inner truth, a vow to face the darkest parts of existence. Her followers understood that Hecate was not interested in the grandeur of ritual. Her domain lay in the raw, unvarnished truths that often lay buried beneath layers of pretense. The stories of Hecate began to swirl through the streets, growing like wild flames in the dark. The contrast became more pronounced, and the tension palpable. There were whispers of her being a protector of witches, a fierce female figure who empowered women to reclaim their stories in a society that often sought to silence them. The ancient Romans, who held their gods in lofty esteem, began to grapple with the potential of a goddess who was not just revered but intimately understood. As the tension simmered, the night deepened, and the cries of the city grew hushed. There was a palpable energy in the air, a sense that something monumental was about to unfold. With Hecate's haunting presence looming large and the traditional gods stirring in their marble thrones, the stage was set for an intersection of worlds. The ancient Romans may have revered their deities with fervor, but it was Hecate who whispered the truths that echoed in the silence, drawing the hearts of the people toward darker, richer understandings of existence, where fear met empowerment and shadows held wisdom untold. In the flickering light of a dying bonfire, shadows danced against the stone walls of an ancient temple, whispering secrets known only to the moon and its watchful companion, Hecate. The air was thick with anticipation, as if even the night itself held its breath. She was more than just a goddess. She was a haunting presence that lingered in the corners of the human soul, a guardian of thresholds and a fierce protector of the mystery that lay beyond. Her name echoed in the rustling leaves, sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to invoke her. In Roman times, Hecate was not merely a myth whispered among the superstitious. She transformed into a symbol of power and mystery, captivating the minds of poets, scholars, and common folk alike. The flickering lamps in the streets of Rome illuminated her likeness, a figure draped in shadows, holding twin torches that flickered like the hopes and fears of the people around her. Those torches represented more than light. They were beacons leading the lost and the desperate through the labyrinth of their lives, illuminating paths both known and unknown. The streets buzzed with tales of her influence. Merchants would weave stories into their wares, sharing tales of how Hecate guided them through storms or helped them find lost treasures. Her presence was felt in the silence of the night, in the rustle of leaves, and in the unexplainable events that sent a chill down the spine. A woman who lost her child found solace in her name, whispering prayers that danced on the wind, hoping for the goddess to ease her pain. Hecate became a part of the fabric of Roman life, threading her way through the daily rituals and the emotional landscapes of those who sought her aid. In the shadows of the Forum, a gathering of believers held secret rites, their voices echoing into the darkness where the moon hung low. Candles flickered, casting strange shapes on the ground, as they offered up their fears and desires. Hecate, the gatekeeper of the night, was invoked with trembling voices, each chant thick with emotion. The air crackled with energy, a palpable force that spoke of ancient power. The people knew, in their bones, that when they called upon her, they weren't just praying to a distant deity. Instead, they were reaching out to a protector who understood the depths of human suffering and the complexity of choice. As the Roman Empire expanded, so too did the reverence for Hecate. Her image was cast in bronze, standing tall in public squares alongside great leaders and warriors. She became a symbol of strength in adversity, a reminder that darkness held its own kind of beauty. Artists depicted her in mosaics that adorned grand villas, showcasing her as a majestic figure draped in flowing robes, the three aspects of her personality captured in intricate detail. The first, a maiden teeming with potential and hope. The second, a mother, embodying nurturing strength. And the third, a wise crone, the keeper of secrets and the wisdom that came with age. As night fell and festivities began, the Romans gathered to celebrate the nocturnal goddess. Music filled the air, a haunting melody that resonated with the pulse of the earth. Her followers danced around bonfires, lost in a trance that blurred the lines between reality and fantasy. They asked for her guidance, for the power to confront their fears and to embrace the shadows within. In those moments, they felt the weight of her presence, a comforting shroud that both terrified and exhilarated them. Yet not all saw her in a positive light. For some, Hecate symbolized the fear of the unknown and the chaos that lurked in the dark corners of life. Rumors spread like wildfire, painting her as a malevolent force, a witch who reveled in misfortune and despair. In times of calamity, when crops failed or illness swept through towns, the whispers grew louder. They wondered if she was punishing them for some transgression, her torches flickering ominously in the night. The very name that once brought comfort now struck fear in the hearts of those desperate for answers. The duality of her representation became a hot topic among scholars and philosophers. They argued and debated in marble halls, their voices echoing off the walls like the laughter of ghosts long gone. Was she a guardian of the night or a harbinger of doom? Was she the light through the darkness, or did she dwell in the shadows, feeding on the fears of the unsuspecting? The discussions only intensified the allure of her character, drawing people in like moths to a flame. As whispers turned to stories and tales transformed into myths, Hecate solidified her place in Roman culture, becoming a figure of fascination and dread. Children were warned to mind their steps after dark, lest they disturb the goddess who walked among them, invisible yet ever watchful. Legends grew around her, spun from the fabric of fear and hope, intertwining the mundane with the mystical. In this vibrant tapestry of life, she was a thread that bound the living to the realms beyond. The heartbeats of the city pulsed with the rhythm of her name, each syllable a reminder of the power she wielded. She was the key to the hidden doors of nighttime, the silent guardian who held dominion over the crossroads of life and death, of fortune and misfortune. Her influence seeped through the cracks of society, binding the rich and the poor, the learned and the ignorant, all drawn to her gifts. Among those who venerated her, there stirred a quiet reverence, a recognition that she was not merely a distant figure on a pedestal but a part of their very essence. The thrill of uncertainty hung in the air like an electric charge, and as they turned to the night, they sought her guidance in hushed tones, their hearts racing with the hope that she would respond. In every flicker of light, in every shadow cast by the moon's glow, Hecate's presence lingered, a reminder of the mysteries that lay just beyond the reach of human understanding. And so, the night stretched on, and the stars twinkled like the glints of her torches in some far-off world, where the boundaries of reality blurred, and the essence of Hecate thrived, whispering promises of power, protection, and the unfathomable depths of the human experience. In every heart, a spark of fear and wonder ignited, fueling the desire to know more, to seek her in every shadow, every whispered prayer, every flicker of hope. The allure of Hecate was palpable, a magnetic force that pulled them closer, beckoning them to uncover the truths hidden in the folds of the night. The night was heavy with a thick fog that curled around the trees like a lover's embrace, and the moon hung low, casting a ghostly glow over the ancient stones of the grove. In this sacred space, whispers of the past echoed as the worshippers of Hecate gathered, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Dreams and omens danced through their minds, stirring a blend of fear and wonder, as they sought communion with the goddess of the night. Hecate, the enigmatic figure of Greek mythology, had long been associated with the thresholds between worlds. She stood guard at the crossroads, her three faces peering into the depths of the unknown, and it was here, in this sacred grove, that her worshippers hoped to glimpse the messages hidden in their dreams. Each person carried a story, a longing, and a question, praying for guidance from the divine. As the flickering candles illuminated the faces of the gathered, a heavy silence fell. One young woman, Alara, clasped a small silver pendant of Hecate in her trembling hands. She had been haunted by a dream in which shadows whispered secrets that were just beyond her reach. In her heart, she felt a strong pull, as if the goddess herself was beckoning her to unravel the truth that lay buried deep within her soul. The flickers of light danced like spirits around her, heightening her anticipation. The scent of burning herbs filled the air, mingling with the earthy smell of damp leaves. A wise elder stepped forward, her voice smooth and ancient, weaving tales of dreams and omens that had guided heroes and heroines alike. She spoke of the dreams that were more than mere fantasies. These were messages from the divine, keys to understanding one's fate. The worshippers listened, their eyes wide, captivated by the power of unknown possibilities. Suddenly, a chill swept through the grove, a gust of wind accompanied by an unsettling hush, as though the very fabric of reality had shifted. Alara's heart raced. She remembered her dream, the shadows, the whispers, the feeling of being watched. She glanced around at the others, their faces pale with uncertainty. It was then that she felt it, an undeniable urge to step closer to the altar, to connect with Hecate's essence. Her feet moved almost of their own accord, and as she drew near, the candles flickered violently, their flames reaching hungrily toward her. Alara closed her eyes, surrendering to the moment as visions flooded her mind. Dark forests, winding paths, and a figure cloaked in mystery appeared before her. It was Hecate, her piercing gaze searching through the depths of Alara's soul. The whispers grew louder, echoing in her ears, urging her to listen. In the dim light, the elder continued, recounting tales of those who had heeded Hecate's signs. A sailor who had seen an omen in the way the waves crashed against the shore, leading him to safety. A lover whose dreams revealed the truth about betrayal, allowing them to avert heartbreak. Each story sent shivers down the spines of the listening crowd, weaving an intricate tapestry of fate and divine intervention. As if the winds responded to the elder's words, the grove seemed to come alive with energy. Leaves rustled, and the air crackled with anticipation. The worshippers exchanged nervous glances, each feeling the weight of their own unanswered questions. What would Hecate reveal to them? What path lay ahead, shrouded in shadows yet illuminated by the light of dreams? In that moment, a shadow swept across the moon, casting a veil over the gathering. Alara gasped as the figure from her dream materialized in her mind, a silhouette that beckoned her to step into the unknown. Her heart pounded, echoing like a drum of fate, urging her to trust in the signs that Hecate sent. The dreams were not random. They were guides, markers illuminating the path through darkness. Suddenly, a loud crack broke the tension as a branch snapped nearby, drawing the attention of the group. Their eyes darted toward the sound, and the elder held up a hand, a knowing smile on her lips. "See, the goddess speaks. The omens are all around us." Her voice was like honey, soothing yet commanding, urging them to embrace the unknown rather than fear it. Alara felt an overwhelming sense of clarity wash over her. She realized that the dreams were not just her own. They were woven into the fabric of all who sought Hecate's wisdom. Each dreamer was a piece of the puzzle, and together they formed a vibrant mosaic of hopes, fears, and aspirations. With this understanding came a surge of confidence. She took a deep breath, feeling the air fill her lungs with purpose. The elder continued, sharing the importance of journaling dreams, of interpreting symbols that danced within the subconscious. Hecate's omens can guide you, if only you are brave enough to face them. The words reverberated through the grove, igniting a fire within the hearts of the worshippers. They began to share their dreams, unleashing torrents of emotion and vulnerability, each story like a thread being woven together in a tapestry of collective experience. As they spoke, the shadows around them shifted, morphing into images that danced in the candlelight. Alara's pulse quickened. She felt the power of their shared connection. A web of dreams, a network of souls intertwined by the goddess's influence. She could sense their fears and aspirations, swirling in the air like spirits seeking a voice. A sudden burst of wind blew through the grove, extinguishing a few candles, plunging them into darkness. Gasps erupted from the crowd, but Alara stood firm, emboldened by the presence of Hecate. "Fear not!" The elder's voice rang out, cutting through the darkness like a beacon. "This is a moment of transformation. Embrace it." With the flicker of a new candle, the shadows receded, revealing fresh faces, eyes glinting with newfound determination. The group had entered a trance-like state, connected not just to Hecate, but to each other, united in their quest for understanding. The omens were all around them, waiting to be deciphered, waiting for someone brave enough to pull back the veil. Alara felt the weight of their energy pressing against her, urging her to step forward. She reached for a small stone on the altar, a token to ground her intentions. Closing her eyes once more, she surrendered to the moment, ready to embrace whatever visions Hecate had in store. The air thickened, charged with an electric tension, and the lanterns flickered, reflecting the unspoken promises of the night. In that sacred space, the boundaries between the seen and unseen began to blur, leaving a haunting promise lingering in the air. The stories shared and the omens unveiled had created a powerful bond, one that echoed through the ages, reminding all of the unbreakable connection between dreams, omens, and the worship of Hecate. The path was unfolding before them, alive with possibility as the night wore on and the goddess of magic and mystery promised to guide them through every shadow, every dream, and every whisper of fate. The moon hung low in the sky, cloaked in a veil of clouds, casting a silver glow that danced eerily on the ancient stones of the forgotten temple. Shadows flickered, bending and twisting like whispers of the long dead as the wind howled through the trees, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay. It was here, at this forsaken altar, that the thoughts of the living collided with the haunting presence of the dead. Hecate, the enigmatic goddess of magic and the night, was often invoked in hushed tones, her name wrapped in a shroud of reverence and dread. She stood at the crossroads, a guardian of the passage to the underworld, the keeper of the souls who dared to linger in the twilight between life and death. Many feared her, for she held the power to summon spirits, to whisper to the shadows, and to unveil the truths that lay buried beneath layers of time. In ancient Greece, the practice of necromancy was as tantalizing as it was terrifying. Those who sought to communicate with the deceased would trek to sacred sites, clutching their offerings, hoping to glean wisdom from the beyond. They believed that Hecate, with her threefold aspect, maiden, mother, and crone, could bridge the chasm that separated the living from the dead. Yet, as dusk fell and the world dimmed, a chill would crawl up the spine of even the bravest souls, for the underworld was a place shrouded in mystery and fear. The stories told of those who had attempted to contact the dead were often laced with horror. A young man named Lysander, desperate to speak to his lost love, ventured to the temple at midnight. The air thickened with anticipation as he poured libations on the cold stone, calling out her name. The wind shifted, and he felt a presence brushing against him, but it wasn't her voice he heard. Instead, the darkness whispered warnings, echoing his own terror back at him. "Be careful what you seek," the shadows seemed to say, "for the dead do not always welcome the living." As the tales spread, fear mingled with fascination. The fear of necromancy grew, fueled by chilling accounts of souls who had returned not to impart wisdom, but to seek revenge or to reveal secrets meant to remain hidden. Hecate, the revered and feared goddess, became synonymous with this dread. Her power was intoxicating, yet perilous. Those who dared to invoke her risked awakening more than just memories. They could stir ancient curses, awaken vengeful spirits, and bring darkness upon themselves. In the dark corners of Athens, whispers of her name brought shudders. Hecate's connection to the dead was not merely a matter of curiosity. It was a stark reminder of mortality, a confrontation with the inevitable end. The citizens would gather at night to tell stories of the lost souls who roamed their city, guided, they believed, by Hecate's flickering torchlight. Each tale painted her in a dual light, both savior and destroyer. Parents would caution their children, "Do not call upon the dead, for Hecate watches, and her gaze can be unforgiving." Yet, there were those who were drawn to her allure, the dark promise of knowledge that lay in necromancy. They believed that to speak with the deceased was to gain insight into their own lives, to understand the threads that wove through fate. They ventured to the depths of the underworld, carrying with them the weight of unfulfilled desires and unanswered questions. But what they received in return were often more than they bargained for, a glimpse into the abyss that could shatter the sanity of the most steadfast hearts. In one grim account, a woman named Callista sought Hecate's aid to uncover the truth behind her husband's untimely death. On a moonless night, she made her way to the sacred grove, armed with herbs and incantations. As she called upon Hecate, the atmosphere thickened, the air pregnant with expectation. Suddenly, a cold gust swept through the trees, and shadows began to dance along the ground. A figure emerged, but it was not her husband. Instead, it was something far more sinister, a spirit twisted by rage and betrayal, and it bore a message that shattered Callista's heart. The revelation came at a price, for in seeking the truth, she had awakened a darkness that would forever haunt her. As the stories of necromancy spread like wildfire, so did the fear of Hecate's influence. Temples built in her honor became places of both reverence and dread. Citizens would leave offerings, cakes, honey, and even small animals, hoping to appease her wrath. They knew that to earn her favor could mean the difference between life and death, but they also understood that to cross her could invite the most terrifying of repercussions. In the dim light of flickering candles, Hecate's followers gathered, casting their spells and invoking her name. They sought her guidance, yet the air buzzed with a palpable tension. The fear of necromancy loomed over them, a specter that infused their rituals with a sense of foreboding. Each chant echoed in the stillness, a reminder of the thin veil that separated their world from the realm of the deceased. And as they looked to the shadows, they could not shake the feeling that someone, or something, was always watching. The haunting connection between Hecate and the dead was a legacy that shaped lives and instilled fear in the hearts of many. It transcended time, echoing through the ages, weaving itself into the fabric of human existence. Those who whispered her name stood at the edge of a precipice, peering into the unknown, knowing that with each invocation came the possibility of awakening forces far beyond their comprehension. Hope and dread danced together in the moonlight, and as Hecate's legend grew, so did the dark fascination with the mysteries she guarded. The stories of the forgotten, the lost, and the souls forever trapped between worlds. In the stillness of a moonlit night, shadows danced like whispers among ancient ruins, their stories etched into the stones for millennia. Hecate, a figure draped in mystery, stood at the crossroads, her presence both commanding and serene. The faint glow of her torches flickered, illuminating the silent specters of those who once sought her guidance. She was more than a goddess. She was the guardian of fate, the keeper of destinies entwined like threads in a vast tapestry, waiting for the hands of mortals to pull at them. In Roman belief, Hecate was not simply a deity of witchcraft and magic. She represented the very essence of choice and consequence, a tangible reminder of the limits that bound human existence. As the goddess of the moon, she illuminated the paths that lay before the souls of the living, casting shadows on the choices they would make. The Romans revered her as a figure who could bridge the gap between the known and the unknown, existing at the threshold of life and death, guiding those who sought her favor through the labyrinth of fate. Within the depths of her power lay the concept of fate, a relentless force that shaped the destinies of gods and mortals alike. The Roman belief in the fates, three sisters who spun the threads of life, found its echo in Hecate's essence. Clotho spun the thread, Lachesis measured it, and Atropos, with her sharp scissors, cut it when the time was right. Hecate was often invoked in conjunction with these sisters, a symbol of the choices that could alter the course of fate itself. In the flickering shadows of the night, a young priestess approached Hecate's altar, her heart pounding with trepidation. She had come seeking answers, wishing to understand the path laid before her. The air crackled with tension as she knelt, the cool earth grounding her as she whispered prayers into the darkness. Her voice trembled, laden with the weight of her desires and fears. What if the choices she made would ruin her life? What if they would lead her to glory? In that moment, the wind rustled through the trees, almost as if Hecate herself were listening. The priestess felt the pull of fate encircle her like a shroud, a reminder of the invisible hands that guided her life. She closed her eyes and envisioned the threads of her existence, intertwined with those of her loved ones, stretched thin and fragile. Each decision felt monumental, each choice a step deeper into the unknown. Meanwhile, somewhere in the bustling streets of ancient Rome, a soldier sharpened his sword, unaware that the threads of fate had already begun to weave his story. He laughed with his comrades, their voices mingling with the clamor of the market. Yet, in the back of his mind, he felt the weight of impending conflict. He had heard whispers of war, of glory promised to those who fought valiantly. But with glory came the specter of death, lurking just behind the curtain of fate, ready to snatch away the unwary. Hecate's influence was omnipresent, a silent watcher over the lives of all who walked the earth. In the homes of the wealthy, lavish feasts were held in her honor, offerings laid upon altars adorned with flowers and incense. The elite sought her blessings for prosperity and protection, hoping to bend fate to their will. Yet, even in their opulence, they could not escape the truth. All were bound by the same inescapable threads, woven into the great fabric of existence. As the night deepened, whispers of Hecate spread through the city, tales of her power igniting curiosity and fear alike. Mothers would tell their children to heed her, for she could grant wisdom and insight but also wreak havoc if disrespected. The candles flickered in their modest homes, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for a connection with the divine. Hecate stood at the threshold, a figure of both fear and admiration, and the Romans paid her homage with rituals that echoed through the ages. But fate is not easily swayed. It rolls forward like a relentless tide, indifferent to the pleas of mortals. One night, a great storm swept through Rome, leaving chaos in its wake. The soldier who had laughed with his friends now found himself on the battlefield, sword drawn, heart racing. The clash of steel rang out, and in that moment he understood the true weight of fate. Choices made in the heat of battle could lead to glory or demise. Each swing of his sword was a dance with destiny, a step further into a future that seemed both tantalizing and terrifying. The priestess, still at Hecate's altar, felt a surge of energy as she envisioned the soldier, a stranger yet somehow familiar. Their fates, she realized, were intertwined, threads of existence bound together by a force greater than themselves. She called upon Hecate, pleading for guidance, a sign to show her the way. The air thickened around her, the scent of burning wax and herbs enveloping her senses. She could almost feel Hecate's presence, a comforting embrace that urged her to trust in the journey ahead. As the storm raged, the soldier fought valiantly, each blow a testament to his courage. Yet he could feel the weight of fate pressing down upon him, the knowledge that each moment could be his last. In his heart, he yearned for a chance to return home, to share his tales of bravery and honor. Would Hecate watch over him? Would she weave his story into one of triumph or despair? In the shadows, Hecate smiled, knowing that the paths of the soldier and the priestess were forever linked. They were but two of many souls caught in the web of fate, each choice a thread that could pull the fabric taut or unravel it completely. The night was alive with possibility, the air thick with unspoken words and unmade decisions. And as the moon cast its silver light upon the earth, those who sought her guidance felt the stirrings of destiny, weaving their stories into the greater tapestry of existence. The dance of fate continued, relentless and beautiful, forever intertwining the lives of all who dared to dream and choose. In the shadows of Rome, whispers danced like flames flickering in the dark, tales spun of a goddess entwined with mystery and power. Hecate, once a mere figure in the pantheon, began to morph into a symbol of fear and reverence through the hands of poets and playwrights. The streets buzzed with stories of her three heads, each representing the past, present, and future, a haunting reminder of life's cyclical nature. Here, in the bustling agora, the air thick with incense and the scent of baked bread, men and women sat, enraptured by the words that painted her image in their minds. Virgil, with his lyrical prowess, wrote of the darkened paths of the underworld in the Aeneid. His lines, rich with emotion, spoke of Hecate as a guiding light for lost souls. The very mention of her name would send shivers down the spine, evoking an image of her standing at the crossroads, a watchful sentry of fate. Yet, there was something more profound in her presence. She was not just a deity of witchcraft or sorcery. She was a guardian of the threshold, a protector of those who sought the truth in the shadows. As the audience listened, hearts raced, caught between the fear of the unknown and the allure of her power. Ovid, too, wielded his quill like a sword, shaping the narrative of Hecate with vivid strokes in metamorphoses. His tales transformed her into a creature of duality, a blend of light and dark, creation and destruction. With every word, he breathed life into her complexity, the way a painter captures the light in a subject's eyes. The stories unfurled like a tapestry, each thread revealing her influence over the world, a force that could bend nature to her will. Listeners sat enraptured, feeling the chill of her presence wrap around them, a simultaneous embrace of warmth and fear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the cobblestones, the playwrights of the day found fertile ground for their imagination. They would draw Hecate into their tragedies, her figure looming large, echoing through the plays with an aura of dread. Macbeth, though born from the Scottish soil, bore the essence of Hecate in its pages. The three witches, a reflection of her triple aspect, conjured chaos with their prophecies, intertwining fate and free will. The audience gasped, hearts racing as they realized the fragile line between destiny and choice. Hecate, through these characters, found her way into the very soul of tragedy, a reminder that the darkness within us can be as real as the light. Yet, it was not just the fear that bound her to the Roman psyche. It was the profound wisdom she offered. As poets penned verses, they revealed how Hecate was a source of knowledge, a keeper of secrets. Lucan's Pharsalia painted her as a figure of immense power, a goddess who could bridge the gap between life and death. His words resonated with those who felt lost, offering a sense of hope that even in despair, guidance could be found in the shadows. It was in these moments, as the listeners absorbed the weight of his words, that they felt a connection, a shared understanding of the dark moments within their own lives, where Hecate's light might guide them through. In Rome, the temples dedicated to her grew in prominence, their marble columns rising against the sky, like silent witnesses to her evolution. Rituals unfolded beneath the stars, where priests and priestesses invoked her name, offering sacrifices to gain her favor. The flicker of torches illuminated faces filled with awe and trepidation. Children, wide-eyed and trembling, huddled close to their parents, listening to the stories of Hecate's might. They shivered at the thought of her wrath but were equally captivated by her wisdom. She was the embodiment of a world where the lines blurred between the divine and the mortal. As the nights wore on and the stories continued to flow, a strange tension hung in the air. The tales grew darker, saturated with the weight of emotion. Hecate's image morphed again, as poets began to explore the depths of human experience, betrayal, love, and loss. Hecate became a reflection of these struggles, a figure who understood the agony of the heart. Her presence in literature was no longer just about power. It was about the human condition. The audience felt a resonance in their own lives, a reminder that even the darkest moments could lead to profound understanding. Her essence seeped into the very fabric of Roman culture. In art, she appeared alongside famous heroes and tragic figures, her influence unmistakable. Sculptors carved her likeness, capturing the complexity of her being. Her three faces gazed out, each one telling a different story: a guardian, a witch, a wise woman. People paused before these works, their breath catching in their throats, as they felt the weight of her history pressing in on them. As the candlelight flickered, illuminating the dark corners of the room, the stories of Hecate whispered through the air, intertwining with the dreams of those who dared to listen. In the corners of their minds, seeds of curiosity were planted, each one growing into a question, a yearning to understand this enigmatic figure. The stage was set for an exploration of the complexities of fate and morality, of the choices that bound them to their gods and each other. And so, the tales continued, flowing seamlessly into one another, as the night deepened and the moon cast its silver glow over the city. With each new verse, with every emotion laid bare, Hecate's image grew richer, more intricate, a tapestry woven with the threads of human experience, forever shifting in the eyes of those who dared to weave her into their own stories. The audience, enraptured by the unfolding drama, clung to every word, their hearts racing in the anticipation of what lay in the shadows ahead, knowing that the true essence of Hecate was only just beginning to reveal itself. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced along the cold stone walls of a Roman villa, whispering secrets of a past steeped in mystery. A small gathering of philosophers sat in a semicircle, their faces illuminated by the wavering flame. They spoke in hushed tones, their discussions tinged with urgency, knowing that the cosmos held more than mere stars. In their midst, the name Hecate emerged, a deity draped in layers of night, her influence weaving through the very fabric of thought and belief. Hecate, the enigmatic goddess of magic and the night, cast a long shadow over Roman philosophy, her essence threading through the philosophies of the age. As they debated the nature of reality, The minds of these thinkers swirled with her presence, a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of ordinary existence. The air thickened with tension, their minds dancing like the flames before them, grappling with the contradictions she embodied. Was she a mere specter of the underworld, a guardian of the crossroads, or a guiding force urging them toward enlightenment? The Roman philosopher Appius, a master of words, felt the pull of Hecate as he crafted his thoughts. He spoke of her dual nature, revealing the interplay of light and shadow, knowledge and ignorance. To him, Hecate was not just a goddess but a metaphor for the human condition, a symbol of the choices that lay before every soul. In the flickering glow of their assembly, Appius painted vivid images with his words, likening Hecate to the pivotal moments in life when one stands at a crossroads. His voice trembled with fervor as he declared that understanding one's path required embracing the darkness as much as the light, a sentiment that resonated deeply in the hearts of those who listened. Yet, the influence of Hecate extended beyond mere philosophical musings. Cicero, the great orator, felt her presence in the very essence of Roman law and ethics. He pondered the moral dilemmas that plagued society, the struggles between justice and vengeance that echoed through the streets of Rome. In his writings, he often alluded to the goddess as a reminder that wisdom required a connection to the unseen, to the forces that shaped human destiny. The emotions of fear, hope, and moral ambiguity collided within him, and he urged his audience to seek balance, to embrace Hecate's lessons and understand the complexities of good and evil. Even the Stoics, known for their rigid adherence to reason, could not escape her grasp. Seneca, with a heart heavy with the weight of his own struggles, acknowledged Hecate not as a divine figure, but as a symbol of the human experience. In the quiet of his studies, he reflected on her power to illuminate the darkest corners of the soul. He found himself moved by her essence, drawing parallels between her guidance and the inner strength required to endure life's trials. The words flowed from his pen like a river of emotion, each stroke revealing the vulnerability beneath the Stoic facade. As the night deepened and the philosophers exchanged ideas, Hecate's spectral presence lingered like a ghost, urging them to confront their fears. They spoke of fate and free will, their hearts pounding with the recognition of life's unpredictability. They understood that Hecate's influence was not confined to the realm of myth. It seeped into the very marrow of their thoughts, challenging them to question, to seek, and to find meaning in an uncertain world. A sudden gust of wind rattled the doors, sending a chill through the room. The philosophers shivered as the flame flickered violently, casting long shadows that seemed to come alive. It was as if Hecate herself had entered the space, reminding them of her dominion over transition and transformation. The thrill of the unknown coursed through their veins, igniting a fire in their hearts. They were caught in a web of emotion, both terrified and exhilarated by the possibilities that lay ahead. In the throes of their discussion, one voice rose above the rest, Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor and philosopher. He had always been aware of Hecate's subtle hand in the affairs of men, a guiding force in the chaos of existence. To understand ourselves, he urged, we must confront the shadows within. The weight of his words hung in the air, like the echo of a distant thunderstorm, stirring something primal within each listener. It was an invitation to embrace vulnerability, to acknowledge that even the mightiest of souls were not immune to the darkness. Their fervent debates continued, spiraling into realms of metaphysics and ethics, the very foundations of Roman thought. Hecate's influence, like an unyielding tide, swept through their arguments, challenging their beliefs and pushing them toward insight. They found themselves wrestling with questions that transcended logic. What was the nature of reality? How could one discern truth from illusion? Each question unfolded like a petal, revealing layers of meaning that resonated deeply within them. As they pondered these profound mysteries, a palpable tension filled the room, charged with anticipation. The fire crackled and popped, echoing the heartbeat of the gathering. The flames seemed to mirror their thoughts, flickering brighter with each revelation. Hecate, the keeper of thresholds, reminded them that every answer birthed new questions, a cycle that continued endlessly. And then, Just as suddenly as it had begun, the conversation began to take on a new dimension. The air thickened with unspoken truths and electric emotions. Hecate's influence had woven itself into their very being, challenging them not only to think but to feel. The philosophers, each a flickering candle, found strength in their shared vulnerability, united in their quest for understanding in a chaotic cosmos. Outside, the moon hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape, whispering promises of transformation and rebirth. The philosophers sensed this shift, their thoughts swirling like the autumn leaves caught in the wind. Hecate's presence lingered, a constant reminder of the unknown paths that lay ahead, waiting to be explored. The night was far from over, and in that moment, they understood that the journey of thought was an endless spiral, where every end marked a new beginning, a tantalizing loop that would lead them further into the depths of existence. In the dim glow of flickering torches, shadows danced upon the ancient stones of a forgotten temple, where whispers of the past brushed against the ears of those brave enough to tread within. Hecate, the enigmatic goddess, stood as a sentinel of the threshold between the known and the unknown. Her presence lingered in the air, wrapped in the muted tones of mystery and power that echoed through the ages. As the scent of burning herbs mingled with the earthy scent of the ground, a shiver ran down the spine, intertwining the threads of fear and awe that have shaped her iconography through centuries. In the beginning, Hecate was not the three-headed figure often depicted in later art. No, her first images were simpler yet profound. Clad in the traditional garb of a maiden, she was often shown alongside the moon, embodying the quiet mysteries of the night. This early representation captured her as a beacon of hope for lost souls wandering through the dark. People prayed to her for guidance, lighting candles and offering fruits at her altars, hoping she would light their paths through the shadows. This connection to the moon hinted at her deep ties to nature, reflecting the cycles of life, death, and rebirth that all beings experience. As the centuries turned, Hecate's form began to stretch and shift, morphing from a solitary figure to a more complex being. The Greeks, enamored by the tales of her power, began to sculpt her into a figure of three. The tripartite goddess, often shown with three faces, represented the past, present, and future, embodying the infinite possibilities that lay at the crossroads of existence. It was said that her three heads could see in all directions, a reminder of her omniscience, a goddess who could peer through the veil of time and space. In this form, she became a protector of witches and those who walked the boundaries of society, an emblem of both fear and respect. In the dim light of candlelit gatherings, the air thick with incense, the reverence for Hecate grew. Sorcerers and mystics painted her image on the walls of their sanctuaries, depicting her as a figure not just of power but of haunting beauty. The crescent moon adorned her brow, and serpents coiled around her arms, symbols of both wisdom and danger. Her connection to the underworld became more pronounced, suggesting a duality that resonated deeply with those who sought to understand the mysteries of life and death. Here was a goddess who stood at the crossroads, holding the keys to realms unseen, and her image reflected the tumultuous emotions of those who worshipped her. As the Roman Empire rose, Hecate's influence spread like wildfire, morphing further into a symbol of witchcraft and magic. Artists began to portray her holding a torch, illuminating the path for those who dared to explore the unknown. Her iconography was rich with symbolism, whispered through the artistry of the time. The torch became a powerful emblem, representing enlightenment amidst the shadows. In the hands of the goddess, it flickered with a promise and a warning. It was a light that could guide you or cast you into deeper darkness. The tensions between light and shadow mirrored the struggles within the human heart, a constant battle between fear and courage. As the centuries flowed into the Middle Ages, Hecate's image was both revered and reviled. The rise of Christianity cast dark clouds over ancient traditions, and with it, Hecate's visage transformed once more. No longer just a goddess of the moon and magic, she was now painted as a witch, a figure of malevolence in the eyes of the church. The once celebrated goddess became a scapegoat for the fears of an era fraught with uncertainty. The fires of the witch hunts burned brightly, and images of Hecate morphed into something sinister, her 3 heads twisted into grotesque masks, her torches reduced to symbols of her supposed evil. Fear replaced reverence, and her worship was driven underground. Yet the ember of her power still glowed faintly in the hearts of many. Into the Renaissance, an unlikely resurgence began. Artists once again found beauty in Hecate's complexity. They reclaimed her image, portraying her as a wise woman, a keeper of sacred knowledge. The vibrant paintings of the time infused her with life. She was depicted in lush landscapes, surrounded by the flora of the earth. Her 3 faces now expressions of wisdom, compassion, and fierce power. The transformation was not merely in her appearance, but in how she was perceived. No longer just a figure to be feared, but a representation of feminine strength, an archetype of the mystical and the profound. In the Age of Enlightenment, Hecate took on new connotations, her iconography steeped in the intellectual spirit of the time. She became a muse for poets and philosophers, her stories re-examined through a lens of wonder. No longer solely a goddess of magic, she was now also seen as a metaphor for the human experience. The shadows of doubt and the light of understanding intertwined in the tapestry of existence. The artistic representations evolved, depicting her with a more regal bearing, adorned with crowns and rich garments, embodying the wisdom of the ages. As the modern era approached, Hecate's image took a turn once more. No longer confined to the myths of the past, she emerged in popular culture, a symbol of empowerment and rebellion. Modern artists and writers began to reclaim her from the ashes of misrepresentation, celebrating her legacy through vibrant artwork, literature, and film. She became a feminist icon, her 3 faces now a celebration of diversity, strength, and resilience. The torch she once carried cast a new light, illuminating the path for those who sought to challenge the status quo and embrace their true selves. In this ever-evolving tapestry, Hecate stands as a testament to the human spirit, a powerful figure whose iconography continues to shift and grow. Each representation tells a story, woven through the fabric of time, echoing the struggles and triumphs of those who seek her guidance. As the seasons change and the moon waxes and wanes, Hecate remains a symbol of the eternal dance between light and shadow, inviting all who dare to look upon her image to question their own paths through the labyrinth of existence. The allure of her history captivates and enchants, pulling at the threads of curiosity that bind humanity to the mysteries of the cosmos. And so, the story of Hecate flows on, an endless cycle of transformations that beckons to all who wander the crossroads of fate. Hecate stood at the crossroads, cloaked in shadows, with 2 torches flickering in her grasp, illuminating the darkness that enveloped her. The air was thick with tension, as if the very earth held its breath, waiting for the fateful decisions of men and gods. Whispers filled the night. Secrets of power, ambition, and vengeance danced through the leaves, echoing the stories of those who dared to tread on the paths of the mighty. In the Roman world, where power was currency and loyalty was often as transient as the autumn leaves, Hecate's presence was felt in the intricate tapestry of politics. She was not merely a goddess of the night or a keeper of the thresholds. Her essence seeped into the very fabric of society, influencing emperors and senators alike. Those who sought her favor could rise to unimaginable heights. But for those who dared to cross her, the price was steep, and her vengeance was swift. Beneath the marble columns of the Senate, men gathered in hushed tones. Senators, cloaked in togas, their faces heavy with ambition, plotted their moves as though they were pieces on a chessboard. The air crackled like a storm about to break. They spoke of alliances and betrayals, their voices low but charged with the electricity of impending conflict. Hecate watched, her dark eyes piercing through the smoke of incense that curled upwards. An omen, a warning. Those who could read the signs understood her influence. The balance of power was as fragile as a spider's web, easily shattered by the gust of a single betrayal. As Caesar strode into the Senate, a man of undeniable power and irresistible charm, he became a pawn in a game far larger than he knew. Hecate's spirit lingered, whispering in the ears of those who plotted against him. His rise was meteoric, but the shadows lengthened, and the torches flickered uncertainly as if reflecting the uncertainty of his reign. Darkness crept into the hearts of his closest allies, twisting their thoughts into jealous whispers. They began to picture themselves on the throne, not as advisors but as rulers in their own right. Brutus, with a heart torn between loyalty and ambition, felt Hecate's chill brush against his soul. Would he be a hero or a traitor? The same hands that had once pledged fealty now trembled with the weight of expectation. The goddess's presence loomed large over the city, and the crossroads of fate were closing in on him. The history of Rome was written in blood, his blood, or another's. Each night, he found himself at the edge of sleep, haunted by visions of Hecate, her torches burning bright, illuminating the path that could lead him to glory or damnation. The Ides of March came with an ominous sky, and the city of Rome felt the weight of destiny. Hecate's power surged as the Senate convened. The tension crackled in the air like the sharp snap of a lightning strike. As Caesar entered, a figure larger than life, the crowd fell silent, the only sound the rustle of togas and the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. But in the shadows, conspirators exchanged knowing glances, their hearts racing with the pulse of betrayal. Hecate watched, her torches flickering violently now, casting long shadows across history. The moment had arrived, and fate could no longer be delayed. In that charged atmosphere, she became the embodiment of every choice made and every consequence that followed. Brutus stood face to face with his mentor. The very man who had shown him the ways of power was now oblivious to the storm brewing around him. A dagger glinted in the torchlight, a harbinger of what was to come. In that instant, Hecate's presence was palpable, an unseen hand guiding the blade of history. As the knife bit into flesh, the gasp of the crowd echoed like a thunderclap. Betrayal tasted bitter on the tongue, yet it was intoxicating. The blood spilled upon the marble floors, a vivid reminder of the cost of power and the price of ambition. Hecate's laughter echoed in the distance, a haunting melody that left chills running down the spines of all who bore witness. They would never forget this moment, the moment when the goddess of magic and witchcraft entwined herself with the fate of Rome. But the dance of power did not die with Caesar. The aftermath of that fateful day sent shockwaves through the city, igniting a wildfire of conflict. Octavian emerged, a young man with fire in his eyes, determined to rise from the ashes of chaos. Hecate lingered, her influence entwined with every decision, every alliance, and every betrayal. The streets of Rome whispered her name as the city plunged into a civil war. Allies turned to enemies, and enemies became allies in an ever-shifting landscape of loyalty. Hecate reveled in the chaos, her torches now burning bright against the night sky. The clash of swords and the cries of men became a symphony of ambition and power, her presence felt in every corner of the empire. Octavian, now known as Augustus, stood at the center of it all, a reluctant leader in a city steeped in bloodshed. He felt Hecate's gaze upon him, guiding his steps, urging him to seize control of a world teetering on the edge. In the heart of the empire, temples rose in her honor, and the people began to worship the goddess of the night, seeking her guidance in times of strife and uncertainty. Hecate became the symbol of the powerful and the damned, a duality that resonated through the annals of history. With each passing moment, her influence spread like wildfire, igniting ambition in the hearts of those who sought power, and fear in the hearts of those who dared oppose it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the Roman landscape, the crossroads of destiny lay open once more. The dance was far from over. In every darkened alley and grand hall, Hecate's spirit thrived, a reminder that political power is a game of shadows, where alliances can shift and loyalty can turn to dust. The night was alive with possibility, and the torches flickered with the promise of more blood, more ambition, and more stories yet to be written. In the flickering shadows of an ancient temple, a figure cloaked in mystery knelt before a dimly lit altar, the air heavy with the scent of incense and the whispers of forgotten prayers. The dark goddess Hecate, once revered as the potent guardian of magic and the moon, felt the weight of her own diminishing power. The echoes of her worshippers' chants faded into silence, replaced by the thunderous march of a new faith that promised salvation but at a steep price. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, the world turned colder, and Hecate's sacred rites dwindled. Her followers, once numerous and fervent, drifted into the arms of a burgeoning Christianity that painted her as a harbinger of darkness. The tales of her wisdom, her guidance through the darkest of nights, were twisted into stories of evil and witchcraft. Those who had once approached her with fear and reverence now turned their backs, lured by the promise of a single, shining god who offered a different kind of light, a light that cast long shadows over Hecate's ancient ways. In every village, every corner of the sprawling Roman Empire, altars dedicated to Hecate crumbled, overtaken by the simple crosses of the new faith. The rituals that had once filled the air with the rich aroma of burning herbs and the intoxicating sounds of whispered spells were replaced by the solemn hymns of church bells. The churches rose higher than her shrines, their walls painted with scenes of salvation, as if to erase the very memory of the goddess who had once guided souls through the night. Among the remnants of her worship, an old priestess named Lyra wandered the overgrown paths leading to the ruins of a temple dedicated to Hecate. Her heart sank as she traced her fingers over the weathered stone, feeling the lifeblood of her goddess seep into her skin. The air was thick with an unshakable sorrow, a palpable loss that resonated in her bones. With every step, she felt the pull of the past, the vibrant rituals of her youth when the moon hung heavy in the sky, illuminating the gatherings of women who would dance and chant, calling upon Hecate to bless their homes, their harvests, and their families. But now, whispers of betrayal echoed in the wind. Mothers silenced their daughters' questions about Hecate, warning them that the goddess was no more than a ghost of an age long gone. Fear seeped into the hearts of those who once found strength in her. The stories of witch hunts and accusations of sorcery spread like wildfire, casting a dark pall over the remnants of Hecate's worship. The very rituals that had once empowered women now made them targets for a faith that sought to control rather than liberate. As twilight deepened, a figure cloaked in a shimmering white robe approached Lyra. It was a priest of the new faith, his face calm but his eyes filled with a fervent zeal. "You must turn away from these old ways," he urged, his voice a mix of kindness and authority. "You seek the darkness, but the true light is here, waiting to guide you." The words cut deeper than any blade, and Lyra felt her heart race as she clutched the remnants of Hecate's offerings, dried herbs and a small, carved effigy of the goddess. The priest's eyes flickered with recognition as he leaned closer, his breath warm against her cold skin. "You cannot deny the truth. Hecate is a demon now, a false deity that leads the lost astray." With shaking hands, Lyra pushed past the priest, her heart pounding with defiance. "She is not a demon. She is the guardian of the crossroads, the keeper of wisdom." Her voice, though steady, trembled with the weight of countless generations who had worshipped Hecate. In that moment, the shadows of the past returned, swirling around her in a vibrant dance, urging her to remember the strength of her ancestors. But the priest's voice cut through her thoughts, heavy with the authority of his faith. "You are wrong. Turn from the darkness. Join us in the light." His words were laced with a promise of acceptance, of belonging, a siren call that many before her had succumbed to. The pull of the new faith was intoxicating, promising not only salvation but community, love, and the eradication of fear that had accompanied the worship of Hecate. And yet, Lyra stood firm, the flickering flame of her goddess refusing to be extinguished. As she retreated, the priest's features hardened, shadowed by the encroaching night. He turned, barking orders to his followers who surged forward, emboldened by their numbers. Let her go. Let her see the truth for herself. With every step, Lyra could feel the weight of their gazes, the judgment and the scorn. They were the new guardians of morality, a holy brigade that targeted the remnants of the past, intent on erasing what they deemed unworthy. The moon bathed the world in silver as she fled the priest and his followers, seeking solace among the overgrown ruins. Each step was a protest, a declaration of love for Hecate, the goddess who had walked alongside her through life's labyrinth. As the darkness enveloped her, she felt the presence of Hecate, a gentle but powerful force, whispering words of strength and resilience. "You are not alone," the voice seemed to say, filling her with renewed energy. Yet, even as she clutched the last fragments of her past, she could feel the tug of change. The old ways were crumbling under the weight of a new belief system that offered clarity in a chaotic world. Communities that had once embraced the mysteries of the night were now swept up in the fervor of faith that promised certainty and hope. The seasons of festivals honoring Hecate were replaced with holy days dedicated to the new god, as the stories intertwined, leaving only fragments of her memory. The struggle raged within Lyra, a battle between loyalty to the past and the lure of a future painted in bright colors, the kind that shielded one from the specters of doubt and despair. She could not deny the allure of belonging, the warmth of a community rallying around a shared belief. Yet, Hecate's essence, that indomitable spirit of wisdom and strength, burned fiercely within her, igniting a resolve that refused to be extinguished. As the night deepened, she stood at the crossroads where the two paths diverged, one leading toward the light of the new faith, and the other beckoning her back into the embrace of Hecate. The choice hung heavy in the air, an emotional tempest swirling all around her, a manifestation of a struggle that had echoed through the ages. Would she abandon the goddess who had guided women through centuries? Would she allow the shadows of history to be swallowed by the bright light of a new dawn? Somewhere in the distance, the sound of church bells rang, a stark reminder of the inevitability of change. But within Lyra, the pulse of the past remained strong, urging her to honor the goddess who had walked with her through the darkest nights. And in that moment, the air crackled with tension, a promise of what was to come, an unyielding battle between the old and the new, between shadows and light, each vying for the soul of the world. Hecate stood at the crossroads of night, her three faces illuminated by flickering torches, shadows dancing around her. The air shimmered with a potent mix of fear and reverence, stirring something primal within those who dared to seek her wisdom. Her essence was an enigma, an ancient echo that whispered through the halls of time, guiding those who yearned for the mysteries of life, death, and the spaces in between. It was here, at this intersection of light and dark, that her legacy began to weave itself into the very fabric of Western esotericism, an intricate tapestry of magic, knowledge, and the eternal quest for understanding. As centuries slipped away, Hecate's influence reached beyond the confines of her Greek origins, touching the lives of mystics, philosophers, and seekers of truth. In the shadowy corners of medieval Europe, her name became synonymous with witchcraft and sorcery. It was not mere superstition that drew people to her, but a palpable connection to the otherworldly. The wise women and cunning folk, labeled as witches, invoked her name in hushed tones, seeking her guidance in their rituals. Burning candles, drawing sigils in the earth, they called upon her to part the veils of the unknown, channeling her energy to bend the fabric of reality itself. Within the pages of grimoires, the powerful image of Hecate thrived. The Key of Solomon, a tome brimming with arcane knowledge, revealed her as a guardian of secrets, a powerful ally for those venturing into the depths of the occult. Her role as a guide was depicted in vivid illustrations, her three faces symbolizing past, present, and future. Each facet of her being spoke to those who sought to understand the cycles of existence, reminding them that to embrace the unknown was to embrace life itself. As the Renaissance dawned, Hecate's legacy flourished anew, her presence felt in the works of the great magicians and philosophers. Figures like Paracelsus and Agrippa extolled her virtues, intertwining her attributes with the emerging philosophies of humanism and natural magic. They painted her not merely as a goddess of witchcraft, but as a beacon of wisdom, a bridge connecting the mortal realm with the divine. The alchemists, in their quest for transformation, turned to Hecate for insight, believing her to be the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe. Her influence was palpable, a haunting melody that resonated within their hearts, urging them onward in their search for enlightenment. In the clandestine gatherings of the Rosicrucians, whispers of Hecate echoed like the rustle of leaves in a forgotten forest. These seekers, cloaked in secrecy and riddled with intrigue, invoked her name as they explored the realms of the spirit and the material. They understood that she represented not just the dark side of magic, but the duality of existence itself. Light intertwined with shadow, creation entwined with destruction. Rituals took on a fervent energy, candle flames flickering as they called upon her to illuminate their paths, bringing clarity amidst the chaos of the unknown. With the ascent of the Romantic era, Hecate's image evolved once more, her essence becoming intertwined with the burgeoning fascination with the mystical and the subconscious. Poets and writers, entranced by her allure, painted her as a symbol of the wild, untamed spirit of nature. She became a muse for those who sought to express their deepest desires and fears, embodying the contrast between civilization and the primal forces that lay beneath the surface. The nightingale's song would carry her name, and in the moonlit shadows, she danced with the souls of those who dared to dream. As the 19th century rolled in, the occult revival breathed new life into Hecate's legacy. Secret societies and magical orders flourished, with her as a central figure in their rituals. The Theosophists, in their quest for spiritual truth, recognized her as a representation of divine wisdom, a counterpart to the sacred feminine. They saw her as a protector of those seeking enlightenment, a mother of the mysteries who nurtured the seeker's soul. Her image transformed yet again, now embodying the ancient knowledge that transcended time and space, a timeless guardian of wisdom. In the 20th century, as the world spiraled through wars and upheaval, Hecate emerged as a symbol of empowerment for those disenfranchised and marginalized. The feminist movement breathed new life into her mythos, reclaiming her as a figure of strength and resilience. Women gathered in circles, invoking her name in rituals that celebrated their own power and connection to the divine. They recognized her not just as a goddess of the underworld, but as a fierce protector of those who walked their own paths, unafraid of the shadows that trailed behind them. Hecate's legacy persisted into the modern era, echoing through contemporary witchcraft and neo-pagan practices. She became a figure of reclamation for many, a symbol of empowerment and the right to explore one's own spirituality without fear. Her presence sparkled in the flicker of candles, in the whisper of winds, and in the hearts of those who dared to connect with the unseen forces that shaped their lives. New generations of seekers looked to her, not only for guidance but for the strength to face their own darkness, to embrace their shadows without shame. In countless rituals and gatherings, Hecate remains a living force, her essence woven into the very fabric of esoteric traditions. The seekers gather, hands raised, chanting her name, each syllable a thread, binding them to the legacy of a goddess who has walked with humanity for millennia. Her spirit dances amidst the flames, a flickering reminder that, in the depths of darkness, there is always a path illuminated by knowledge, a truth waiting to be discovered. As the moon waxes and wanes in the night sky, Hecate's legacy pulses through time, a heartbeat of magic and mystery, promising that her story is far from over. The crossroads she guards is still alive, a space where seekers continue to gather, their hearts pounding with anticipation, their dreams interwoven with the timeless tapestry of her being. The shadows draw closer, and as the night deepens, it becomes clear that this is only the beginning of the tale. The path stretches on, leading into realms yet unexplored, where the whispers of Hecate linger, inviting all to step forward. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced upon the cold stone walls of a medieval village. A palpable tension hung in the air, thick as the fog that crept along the cobbled streets. Whispers echoed in the corners of taverns and marketplaces, where townsfolk clutched their children tightly, eyes wide with fear. Hecate. The name slipped through their lips like a curse, a summoning of an ancient power that had woven itself into the very fabric of their lives. In the depths of the night, the moon bore witness to unspeakable acts as terrified villagers turned against their own. The witch hunts, those dark chapters of history, were not mere tales of betrayal but a fierce storm of superstition, paranoia, and relentless despair. Hecate, the goddess of magic and witchcraft, became a scapegoat for every misfortune. A child's sickness, a barren field, a sudden death. The air crackled with accusations as fear turned neighbors into enemies, allies into betrayers. In one somber village, a woman named Eloan felt the weight of stares upon her. She had always been different. Her knowledge of herbs and remedies brought comfort to those in pain. Yet in this era, such gifts were twisted into something sinister. Under the harsh gaze of the townsfolk, her heart raced. She knew the stories of how women like her vanished in the night, taken away by the very same people who once sought her help. Hecate's influence loomed large, a dark cloud over her existence. Eloan's hands trembled as she crushed dried lavender, the sweet scent mingling with her mounting anxiety. She had learned the craft of healing from her mother, who spoke of Hecate with reverence, a figure who guided the lost and the weary. But reverence had turned to dread. The night air grew colder as she pondered the fate of those accused, burned at the stake, their screams swallowed by a ravenous fire that illuminated the night sky. The thought sent shivers down her spine, and she clutched a small pendant, a token of Hecate, against her chest. Then came the dark night when the hunters arrived. They were not just men with torches, but harbingers of wrath, fueled by a frenzy that knew no mercy. Eloan's breath caught in her throat as she heard their shouts outside her door. They were searching for the witch who had cursed the crops, the one who had turned a neighbor's child sick. She could hear the hammering of boots on the wooden floorboards, the crashing of furniture, the frantic cries of the innocent. A man stepped forward, his face twisted with accusation, pointing a trembling finger towards her. "She is the one. I saw her dancing with shadows at dusk." The shouts grew louder, drowning out her protests. In that moment, time stretched thin, her heart pounding like a war drum. As they dragged her into the cold night, she caught a glimpse of the moon, stark and unyielding, a silent witness to her despair. Hecate's name hung in the air like a spell, a name that summoned fear and fury, a name that twisted the world into a grotesque reflection of itself. The villagers, who had once shared bread and laughter, became fervent zealots armed with accusations, eager to cleanse their society of what they deemed dark and unnatural. The very essence of humanity felt frayed, as if the threads of compassion had unraveled in the face of terror. In another village, an old woman named Mirabelle sat alone in her cottage, the walls adorned with charms and talismans that spoke of protection. The fire crackled softly, but fear gnawed at her heart. She heard the distant chants of a mob, their voices rising in fervor, fueled by a need for justice that blurred the line between righteousness and revenge. They were hunting the witch, but what they truly sought was someone to blame for their own failures. Hecate's shadow loomed large in their minds, a convenient scapegoat for the darkness that lay within. Mirabelle's hands shook as she clutched a small wooden figure, a representation of Hecate, adorned with symbols of the moon and stars. She whispered an incantation, the words rolling off her tongue like a lifeline. "Protect me, O Hecate, from the wrath of the blind." Outside, the mob's chants grew louder, echoing through the trees, a harbinger of chaos that choked the very essence of the night. As the door shook under the weight of their anger, Mirabelle felt a surge of defiance. She would not be a victim. She would not be sacrificed on the altar of fear. With a deep breath, she stepped into the shadows, the darkness embracing her like an old friend. She knew Hecate stood by her side, an unwavering presence in a world gone mad. In the heart of this turmoil, the myth of Hecate transformed. No longer just a goddess of magic, she became a symbol of resilience, a flicker of hope amidst the flames of hysteria. The stories of women like Eloan and Mirabelle rippled through the ages, their battles echoing in the hearts of those who would follow. The fear of the unknown would always loom large, but so too would the whispers of strength, of courage, and of a relentless spirit that refused to be extinguished. With every accusation hurled and every life shattered, the cycle of fear tightened its grip. Yet, in the shadows, figures emerged, women gathering in clandestine meetings, sharing whispered prayers to Hecate for guidance, for strength. They became the keepers of knowledge, the bearers of ancient wisdom, knitting together a tapestry of resistance against the tide of persecution. In the distance, a fire roared, illuminating the night sky with its hellish glow. But it was not just a pyre of burning flesh. It was a beacon of defiance, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who would not be silenced. Hecate watched over them, her presence a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of truth and resilience would flicker, guiding the way through the shadows. The winds howled, carrying the fervent cries of the hunted and the hopeful, merging into a haunting melody that would echo through the centuries. A reminder that the witch hunts were not merely of the past, but a struggle that humanity would continue to face in the fight against fear and ignorance. The flickering flame of a candle danced in the darkness, casting long, trembling shadows on the ancient stone walls. A circle of people sat, eyes closed, breathing in unison, the air thick with anticipation. Among them was a woman named Alara, her heart a drumbeat of longing and fear. Tonight, she would call upon a name that had slipped through the annals of time. Hecate. Once a powerful goddess of magic and the moon in ancient Greece, Hecate had been reduced to whispers and forgotten tales. Yet, in recent years, Alara felt a pulse, a rhythmic resurgence of interest in the once mighty goddess. The world was awakening to her presence, as if her spirit was threading through the fabric of modern paganism, binding together those who sought power, wisdom, and the embrace of the unknown. Alara opened her eyes, a spark of determination igniting within her. She had read the texts, scoured the histories, and felt the echoes of rituals long past. Hecate was not merely a relic. She was alive, a force demanding reverence. Throughout history, she had been the guide to the underworld, the keeper of keys, a figure shrouded in mystery and power. Her symbols, keys, torches, and the threefold image, represented the past, present, and future. Each person in the circle felt her pull, a magnetic draw that resonated in their bones, calling them closer to the hidden corners of their own souls. Tales of Hecate had woven their way through the centuries. From the ancient Greeks who honored her at crossroads, to the Romans who adopted her, she was a figure of protection and guidance, especially for those who dared to tread where others feared. As the tides of belief shifted over time, Hecate's image softened, becoming intertwined with witchcraft and darkness, often misrepresented, misunderstood. Yet, like a phoenix, she began to rise again, reclaiming her place amid the flames of the modern witchcraft movement. Every September, as the nights grew longer, a gathering took place in a secluded forest dedicated solely to Hecate. Alara had heard whispers of it from fellow seekers, a time when women and men from all walks of life came together to honor her with offerings of herbs, moonlit dances, and the sharing of stories. It was said that during these gatherings, the veil between worlds grew thin, and the goddess herself walked among them. The thought sent shivers down Alara's spine. In the heart of this annual celebration, an old woman, known only as the Keeper of Secrets, would tell tales of Hecate's journeys through the shadows. Her voice, raspy yet vibrant, would weave stories of sorcery, transformation, and the sacred bond between the goddess and those who sought her counsel. Alara remembered the first time she heard the Keeper speak, how her heart raced at the thought of Hecate's fierce love for those who dared to embrace the darkness within themselves. The goddess was not just about spells and sorcery. She was a mirror reflecting one's deepest fears and desires. Alara's mind raced back to her childhood, sitting under the stars with her grandmother, listening to tales of witches and wise women. Her grandmother had always spoken of Hecate as a protector, a figure who stood at the crossroads of life and death, guiding lost souls. When you find yourself lost, call upon her, her grandmother had said, her eyes twinkling with distant memories. That piece of wisdom had stayed with Alara, like a thread pulling her closer to her destiny. As the candle flickered, casting shadows that twisted and turned, Alara felt the energy shift. The air thickened, charged with anticipation. Her friends, each carrying their own stories of loss and hope, opened their eyes and reached for one another. They were united by a common thread, a yearning to connect with something larger than themselves, something ancient and powerful. Hecate's energy enveloped them, wrapping around their hearts like an embrace. In the past few years, the resurgence of Hecate had ignited a wildfire of interest in the occult and modern paganism. Social media platforms buzzed with hashtags like #Hecate and #witchcraft, where seekers shared rituals, spells, and personal experiences. Alara, scrolling through her feed, felt a surge of excitement. Countless people were finding solace in Hecate's presence. She was no longer a shadow but a beacon guiding them through the chaos of modern life. In this newfound connection, Alara found strength. She noticed the transformation in herself and others, the way they began to reclaim their power, their voices no longer stifled by a world that had long dismissed them. Hecate whispered to them through the rustling leaves and the howling wind, reminding them that they were not alone. They were part of a lineage that stretched back to the ancients. Women and men who had once gathered in secret to share their wisdom and craft their spells, to dance under the moonlight, and to seek the truth beyond the veil. The night grew darker, as if the stars themselves were holding their breath. Alara's heart raced with anticipation. They were on the cusp of something monumental, something that echoed through time. Hecate was rising, and with her, a deep connection to the past was awakening in the hearts of many, like a long-buried treasure finally unearthed. The candle's flame flickered violently, illuminating the faces of her companions, revealing their shared resolve. The air vibrated with energy, each heartbeat a reminder of Hecate's presence among them. Alara felt the weight of the moment, a tide of emotion swelling within her. She knew they were stepping into the unknown, embracing a path that had been walked by countless souls before them. It was a sacred act, a reclamation of their power, and a tribute to the goddess who had watched over them all along. At that moment, Alara understood. The resurgence of Hecate was not merely a trend. It was a call to awaken the dormant magic within each person, an invitation to trust in their intuition, to embrace the shadows, and to reclaim their narratives. The energy in the circle shifted once more, electric, intoxicating. With each heartbeat, Alara felt the ancient goddess drawing closer, her essence threading through the fabric of their gathering, wrapping them in a shroud of mystery and promise. In the dim light of a flickering torch, shadows danced across the ancient stone walls, whispering tales of power and destiny. Hecate, the enigmatic goddess of magic, ghosts, and the crossroads, stood at the boundary of night and day, her presence both haunting and compelling. She watched over the fates of mortals, her three faces reflecting the past, present, and future. But she was not alone in her dominion. There were others, other goddesses who guided the threads of fate, weaving destinies with a flick of their delicate wrists. In the lands of Greece, Hecate was revered, yet her story intertwined with the fates of other formidable figures. There was Moirai, the three fates, clothed in gray, who spun, measured, and cut the threads of life. Clotho, the spinner, brought forth existence. Lachesis determined the length of life, and Atropos, the inevitable, severed the thread with an unyielding scissor. Their power was absolute, a force that left no room for rebellion. Yet they too operated within Hecate's shadow, their paths crossing at the intersection of choice and chance. Hecate's essence resonated with the air thick with power. She was not just a goddess of endings but also one of beginnings, a guide at the crossroads where choices lay heavy with consequence. The ancient Greeks understood that fate was a double-edged sword, and Hecate was both protector and punisher. Unlike the fates, who were impersonal in their work, she interacted with the realm of mortals, offering guidance or instilling fear. Her gifts came with warnings, and those who sought her aid were often reminded that every choice shaped the tapestry of destiny. In ancient India, a different goddess ruled over fate, the formidable Kali. Known for her fierce appearance, adorned with skulls and a tongue dripping with blood, Kali represented the fierce and transformative aspect of time, death, and rebirth. However, unlike Hecate's duality of nurturing and punishing, Kali embodied a more chaotic force. She was a destroyer who cleared away the old to make space for the new, embodying the relentless march of time. Her power was both terrifying and exhilarating, a reminder that life is fleeting, and all must ultimately bow before the inevitability of change. Across the sea in the Norse tradition, the Norns spun the fate of gods and men alike. Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld intertwined the past, present, and future, their influence as profound as that of Hecate and the Moirai. They sat by the roots of Yggdrasil, the world tree, weaving the threads of life. Unlike Hecate, who stood at the crossroads, the Norns resided at the very foundation of existence, where time converged in a loop of creation and destruction. The whispers of their weaving echoed through the cosmos, a reminder that every action reverberates through eternity. Then there was Freya, the goddess of love and war, who too danced with the concept of fate. While Hecate's power lay in the darkness and the unknown, Freya embraced the light of passion and desire. Yet, both goddesses shared an understanding of the threads of life that intertwined, for Freya too had the power to select who would live and who would fight in the afterlife. Their paths, though seemingly divergent, spoke of the complexity of life and fate's intrinsic connection to love and loss. In the rich tapestry of mythology, Hecate's lineage flowed alongside these powerful figures. She was not defined by her darkness alone, but illuminated by her ability to navigate through the shadows, offering a glimmer of hope in the cold embrace of fate. The ancients knew that seeking her guidance was to acknowledge their own vulnerability, a dance between the known and the unknown. In the stories passed down through generations, mortals prayed for her insight when faced with choices that could alter their destinies forever. As dusk settled, the moon illuminated Hecate's path, her voice echoing in the silence. She understood the weight of decisions, the trembling fingers of mortals grasping at the threads of their lives. Her wisdom was sought as they stood at each crossroads, torn between desire and duty, love and sacrifice. She offered no easy answers. Instead, she reminded them that every choice was laden with consequence, shimmering threads that wove their stories. In the dusty corners of forgotten temples, seekers carved their hopes into stone, whispering prayers that drifted into the night. They yearned for signs, omens, or dreams that would guide them toward the right path. Hecate, the guardian of those who sought wisdom, became a beacon, a flickering flame illuminating the darkness of uncertainty. Her threefold nature provided a profound understanding. To embrace fate's fluidity is to acknowledge the beauty of life's unpredictable journey. As the stories spun around ancient fires, a thread began to weave itself into the fabric of existence, binding Hecate, Moirai, Kali, the Norns, and Freya together in an intricate dance of fate. Each goddess represented a different facet of the same truth, that life is a tapestry of choices, interwoven with love, loss, and the irreversible passage of time. The emotions stirred in these stories echoed through the ages, a testament to the timeless struggle of humanity against the backdrop of fate. In this nexus of goddess and fate, the tension thickened, electric with the weight of destiny looming over every heart. The flickering shadows whispered of choices yet to be made, lives yet to be lived. As the night deepened, the air crackled with anticipation, and the line between divine intervention and human agency blurred further. With every heartbeat, the dance of fate continued, drawing all who dared to tread its path into its endless cycle of power, choice, and consequence. The eternal struggle was far from over, and the whispers of the past surged forth, eager to entwine with the present. In the depths of a moonless night, shadows danced like restless spirits across the ancient stones of a forgotten temple. The air was thick with a sense of anticipation, an electric current that seemed to hum with the whispers of history. Hecate, the goddess of magic and the crossroads, stood at the center of it all, silent, watchful, and powerful. Her presence lingered not only in the old myths but also in the fresh pages of contemporary literature, where she began to unfurl like a dark flower, rich with meaning and purpose. Writers today find themselves captivated by her complexity. Hecate, once a mere footnote in the tales of old, now resurfaces with a surge of intensity that makes her impossible to overlook. In novels and poetry, she is not simply a witch or a guardian of the underworld. She embodies the very essence of transformation. A character might reflect on her dual nature, caught between light and darkness, and the readers feel a shiver run down their spines, the kind that makes them question their own shadows, their own crossroads. In one gripping narrative, a young woman named Alara discovers an ancient grimoire in her grandmother's attic, its pages yellowed with age and brimming with incantations. As she reads, the air thickens, and she can almost feel Hecate's breath against her skin. Alara becomes a vessel, channeling the goddess's wisdom and fury. With each spell she casts, the world around her pulses with magic, igniting her desires and fears in equal measure. The lines between reality and the supernatural blur, and the reader is pulled in, feeling the weight of every decision Alara makes, each one a step on her journey through the labyrinth of fate where Hecate reigns supreme. Across the literary landscape, poets weave Hecate into their verses, capturing her essence in words that drip like molten silver. In one poignant stanza, a writer describes the moment when the moon rises, illuminating the night as Hecate's spirit walks alongside those who dare to tread the path of the unknown. The imagery is vivid. The moon hangs like a silver coin, a reminder of the choices that sparkle with promise and danger. Readers can almost hear the rustling leaves, feel the cool breeze, and sense the heartbeat of the earth beneath their feet. They are drawn into the emotional landscape, feeling every pang of longing, fear, and hope that Hecate inspires. In another striking reinterpretation, Hecate appears in a dystopian world, where technology has stripped humanity of its connection to nature and the divine. Here, she emerges as a beacon of rebellion, an embodiment of the wild, untamed spirit that refuses to be silenced. The protagonist, a fierce young woman named Kaya, discovers Hecate's teachings in the remnants of a forgotten library. As she learns to harness the goddess's power, readers feel the rush of adrenaline with each act of defiance against a society that seeks to control every aspect of life. The tension builds as Kaya confronts the dark forces that threaten to extinguish the light of her spirit, and the stakes feel higher than ever, as if every page could tip the balance between despair and hope. Fear and desire intertwine in these modern retellings, as writers explore the personal relationships individuals have with Hecate. In one particular novel, a mother and daughter grapple with their inherited gifts, each holding a different piece of the goddess within them. Their bond is fraught with tension. Love and resentment clash like thunder, echoing the ancient struggles of witches past. Readers can feel the weight of every argument, every moment of understanding, and every painful revelation that brings them closer to Hecate. The goddess looms in the background, a constant reminder of empowerment and sacrifice, urging them to embrace their true selves. Hecate's presence also dances through the pages of fantasy novels, where she is reimagined as a guide for lost souls wandering through an enchanted forest. Each character who seeks her out is met with tests that reveal their deepest fears and desires. The forest itself becomes a character, wrapping around them like a lover, both nurturing and dangerous. The tension builds as they navigate the winding paths, and readers hold their breath, waiting to see if they will emerge transformed or forever lost. The rich descriptions evoke a visceral reaction. The smell of damp earth, the sound of rustling branches, the taste of magic on their tongues. As the goddess of the crossroads, Hecate encourages writers to explore the choices that define us. In the stories she inspires, characters stand at the intersection of destiny and free will, each decision laden with consequences that ripple through their lives. The emotional weight of these moments resonates deeply, forcing readers to confront their crossroads, to ponder what paths they might take and what sacrifices they might endure. With every turn of the page, the tension mounts, as the lines of fate intertwine with the threads of character, creating a tapestry that echoes the very nature of existence. The rebirth of Hecate in contemporary literature is not just a revival of an ancient figure. It is a powerful reclamation of feminine strength, intuition, and the complexities of the human experience. As her stories unfold, they beckon readers to reflect on their own journeys, to embrace the shadows within, and to recognize the power that lies waiting at the crossroads of their own lives. Each word spills forth with urgency, igniting emotions that feel primal and raw, while the pulse of Hecate's magic drives the narrative forward, creating a loop of connection that binds past and present, myth and reality. With every flicker of candlelight and whisper of ancient spells, the reader is drawn inexorably closer, the boundaries of time and space fading like morning mist, leaving only the heart's relentless quest for meaning and identity. A woman stands alone at the edge of a forest, the shadows stretching out like fingers beckoning her closer. The moon hangs low, bathed in silver, illuminating her path as she feels a magnetic pull toward the darkness. This is where Hecate, the ancient goddess, whispers secrets of power and wisdom to those willing to listen. Hecate, revered and feared, embodies the crux of transformation. In the shadows of her triple form, maiden, mother, and crone, lies a powerful reflection of every woman's journey. This is not merely a story of myth. It is a rich tapestry woven from the threads of history, offering a potent symbol for feminist theology and criticism. In the ancient world, Hecate was more than a mere goddess of the underworld. She was the guardian of boundaries. In her luminous presence, women found solace and strength, often turning to her in times of uncertainty. The Greeks recognized her as a protector of women in childbirth and a guide for those seeking knowledge in darkness. She stood at the crossroads, where choices were made, a silent witness to the struggles and triumphs of women. In the flickering light of flickering torches, Hecate's cult thrived, embracing the marginalized who were often cast aside by society. Women gathered under her watchful gaze, sharing their stories of pain and survival. They whispered their fears, their dreams, and their hopes, seeking her guidance in a world that often silenced them. Here, in these sacred spaces, the seeds of feminist thought began to germinate, intertwining with Hecate's essence. As centuries passed, the narratives surrounding Hecate began to shift. With the rise of patriarchy, her image morphed from a nurturing figure into one steeped in ominous connotations. No longer was she the goddess of wisdom and transition. She became associated with witchcraft and darkness. Throughout the Middle Ages, the fear of women who dared to wield power, those who embraced Hecate, culminated in persecution. Thousands of women, armed with the knowledge of herbal medicine and intuitive wisdom, were hunted down as witches in the name of righteousness. In their persecution, Hecate's true nature was obscured, yet her essence remained, pulsing beneath the surface. In the modern age, her shadow loomed larger, not as a figure of dread, but as a symbol of empowerment in feminist theology. Scholars began to reclaim her as a guardian of women's rights, a voice against oppression. Hecate stood at the forefront of this movement, inviting women to explore their own identities, to embrace their darkness, and to recognize their inherent power. This reclamation of Hecate's narrative sparked a resurgence in feminist criticism, encouraging women to challenge traditional interpretations of texts that had long misrepresented or vilified them. Through Hecate, feminist theologians emphasized the importance of intuition, the sacredness of the feminine experience, and the necessity of embracing one's inner chaos. They argued that just as Hecate bridged the realms of the living and the dead, women could transcend societal boundaries and redefine their roles. She became a beacon of hope for those fighting against the constraints of a patriarchal society. In her light, women found an avenue to explore the complexities of their identities, unafraid of the shadows that accompanied them. In the woodlands where the moonlight danced upon the leaves, a new generation of women began to rise, emboldened by Hecate's legacy. They chanted her name, igniting a fire within their hearts. In their gatherings, they shared experiences of joy and sorrow, strength and vulnerability. They recognized that embracing their darkness was not a weakness, but a source of empowerment. Hecate became a symbol of resilience, urging them to honor their pasts while forging their futures. The narratives of Hecate in feminist theology resonate with the struggles faced by women today. They remind us that the journey toward empowerment is fraught with obstacles, yet it is also paved with the wisdom of those who came before. Through Hecate's lens, women are encouraged to reclaim their voices, to challenge the narratives that seek to diminish them, and to honor the complexities of their identities. As the midnight hour approaches, the air thickens with anticipation. The stories of Hecate converge with the lives of women, creating an electrifying energy. The call to once again embrace the goddess in her many forms reverberates through time. Women rise from the ashes of their ancestors, channeling the strength of Hecate. The goddess of magic and transformation invites them to step into their power, not with fear, but with an unwavering confidence. The whispers of Hecate echo in the hearts of those who seek her. They remind them that within the shadows lies the potential for growth, and that darkness is not to be feared but embraced. It is through this acceptance that women can redefine their roles, refusing to be limited by the confines of a patriarchal narrative. As the night draws on, the energy shifts, swirling around them like a tempest. Each woman feels a shared connection to Hecate, a bond that transcends time and space. In that electrifying moment, they honor their past, challenge their present, and dream of a future where they can walk freely at the crossroads of their lives. Fearless, powerful, and unapologetically themselves. The moon watches over them, a silent guardian. As the stories of Hecate continue to unfold, and the flame of feminist theology burns brightly, inviting all who dare to listen to step into the light of their own truth. A new dawn is on the horizon, but the shadows remain, rich with potential and promise, waiting for those brave enough to venture forth. The night was thick with whispers, an air heavy with the weight of ancient secrets. A flicker of candlelight danced in a shadowy room, illuminating a figure cloaked in deep indigo, her fingers tracing intricate symbols on a weathered parchment. Hecate, goddess of magic and the unseen, stood as a fierce guardian between the worlds, the living and the unknowable. Those who invoked her name felt the pull of her power, the intensity of her presence coursing through their veins like wildfire, awakening a primal instinct that had lain dormant for centuries. In modern witchcraft, Hecate represents more than just the dark side of magic. She embodies the balance of life and death, the known and the unknown. Her threefold nature is seen as a guiding light on shadowy paths. The way her essence intertwines with the rituals of today offers a captivating glimpse into ancient practices, where the mundane meets the mystical. Each ritual, each invocation, brings with it an electric charge of anticipation. Practitioners gather under the cloak of night, forming circles that pulsate with energy, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the earth. Crisp autumn leaves crunched underfoot as the witch stepped into the clearing, the moon hanging high, casting silvery beams upon the ground. An altar was prepared with care. Black candles flickered, their flames bending towards an unseen force. A small statue of Hecate, her three faces watching with inscrutable wisdom, stood sentinel. In her left hand, she held a torch, illuminating the dark. In her right, a key, unlocking the mysteries of the soul. Blood rushed through the witch's temples as she felt the familiar tingle of Hecate's energy wrap around her, like an embrace from an old friend. With a deep breath, the witch began the invocation, her voice steady yet reverberating with emotion. She called upon Hecate, the keeper of thresholds, the guardian of the night. As she spoke, the air thickened, and the world morphed, a palpable shift that sent shivers racing down her spine. The shadows lengthened, and she could almost hear the soft, melodic whispers of those who had come before, echoing the same words, the same prayers. It was a communion across time, touching the very essence of what it meant to seek knowledge and power. An offering was placed at the feet of the goddess, a sprig of mugwort, symbolizing dreams and intuition. The witch poured her heart into the ritual, her desires and fears merging into the smoke rising from the incense. Each curl danced like a spirit, twisting upward, reaching for Hecate's favor. The night deepened, and with it came the tingling sensation that something extraordinary was on the brink of manifestation. The air buzzed with possibility, thick and electric, promising change. As the ceremony unfolded, the witch felt the unmistakable presence of Hecate drawing closer, a guardian in the shadows, pulling strands of fate like a master weaver. In those moments, she was not just a practice or a belief. She was flesh and spirit, a force that could be felt in every heartbeat. The witch closed her eyes, envisioning the goddess standing behind her, three faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight, guiding her towards empowerment and enlightenment. The rhythm of the chant rose and fell like the tide, swelling with power and cascading back into silence. It was a sacred dance, a connection forged through centuries of worship and reverence. As the last syllables faded into the night air, the witch opened her eyes, her heart pounding with exhilaration. Hecate had heard her, her presence woven into the very fabric of the night, a promise of transformation lingering in the air. But rituals were not merely personal. They echoed through the veils of time, connecting practitioners across generations. In dim-lit corners of the world, others honored Hecate, each with their own offerings, each with their own interpretations. Some casting spells for love, others seeking clarity or protection. A network of souls, all tied together by the strands of devotion, creating a tapestry rich with emotion and history. In the warm glow of the candlelit circle, the witch felt a surge of unity. The essence of Hecate was not just in her own experience but resonated through every practitioner who dared to seek her guidance. She was a bridge, a pathfinder, illuminating the way through the darkest moments. A flicker of realization washed over her. The rituals were not merely about invoking power. They were a celebration of life, death, and everything in between, an acknowledgement that all paths lead to the same source. As the night deepened, the witch prepared to close the circle, gratitude spilling from her lips as she thanked Hecate. The air hummed with energy, an echo of the sacred bond formed. With each closing word, she felt the presence receding, yet a part of her remained forever entwined with the goddess. It was a promise that this was not an end, but a beginning, the start of a journey that would stretch beyond the confines of a single night. Outside, the world continued its rhythmic dance, oblivious to the sacred whispers exchanged under the moonlight. But for those who dared to call upon Hecate, the night was alive with potential, the veil between worlds ever so thin. Each ritual, each invocation served as a reminder that the magic of Hecate was not confined to the past. It breathed and pulsed within modern witchcraft, alive and vibrant, ready to weave its way into the fabric of everyday life, forever drawing seekers into its embrace, guiding them toward the mysteries that lay just beyond the horizon. Each heart that beat in rhythm with hers was a testament to the enduring power of magic, a force that could never be extinguished, only transformed. In the dim glow of twilight, shadows stretch out like fingers reaching for the secrets of the night. Whispers of ancient rites linger in the air, stirring the senses with a hint of something ethereal. Hecate, the enigmatic goddess of magic and the night, looms large in the tapestry of history, far beyond the boundaries of Rome. Her essence drifts through time and space, calling to those who dare to look beyond the surface. In the bustling streets of ancient Greece, the air hums with the buzz of traders and the chatter of philosophers. Hecate's name dances on the lips of those who seek her favor, for she is a symbol of power and mystery. In the flickering light of forgotten temples, women huddle together, sharing tales of her strength and wisdom. They speak of her as the protector of the crossroads, a guardian of the threshold between the known and the unknown. At that moment, her presence is palpable, coursing through the very fabric of their lives. As the moon ascends, casting a silvery glow over the land, the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. In the quiet corners of those ancient cities, practitioners of the mystical arts gather, invoking Hecate to guide their spells and enchantments. Her image, often depicted with 3 faces, symbolizes her dominion over the past, present, and future. Every flicker of candlelight ignites a fervor in their hearts, a silent prayer for her blessings. The air crackles with energy, and the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary blur into a heady mix of emotion and possibility. Farther away, in the cold north, the Celts revere her too. Hecate morphs, evolving into a figure entwined with the land's folklore. Her association with the moon resonates deeply with people who feel the pull of nature's cycles. The ancient Druids, cloaked in mystery, invoke her as the keeper of wisdom, a bridge between the human and the divine. In the sacred groves, as the winds whisper through the trees, they feel her presence guiding their rituals, infusing their lives with meaning. Every rustle of leaves becomes a reminder of her enduring influence, a thread connecting them to the universe itself. Meanwhile, across the Mediterranean, the sands of Egypt bear witness to Hecate's impact as well. In the small, shadowy chambers of temples dedicated to Isis, her name mingles with the echoes of devotion. Hecate is recognized here as a goddess of the night and the moon, a protector of the dead and the living. Her spirit casts a wide net, ensnaring those who long for enlightenment and protection from the unseen forces that swirl around them. The priestesses, adorned in flowing white robes, call upon her in hushed tones, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the sacred fires. Every incantation draws them deeper into her world, where they can feel the weight of her power pressing upon their shoulders. In the distant winds of the east, her legacy continues to spread. In the mountains of Persia, Hecate is woven into the fabric of lore, her influence palpable among those who seek to harness the magic of the cosmos. The Zoroastrians whisper her name, acknowledging her as a figure who transcends time, illuminating the paths of destiny and fate. Her presence is felt in the dawn of new ideas, as scholars and mystics contemplate the nature of existence itself. As dusk envelopes the world, the impact of Hecate flourishes in the whispers of witches, in the stirring of cauldrons, where potions bubble and secrets are revealed. In small, dimly lit rooms across Europe, women gather, sharing stories passed down through generations. They draw circles on the floor, their hearts racing with excitement and trepidation, as they call upon Hecate to bless their intentions. The air becomes thick with the scent of herbs and incense, a testament to her enduring legacy that transcends cultures and boundaries. The stories spill forth, each one a thread in the vast tapestry of Hecate's influence. Her symbolism of empowerment resonates deeply, beckoning those who have felt the sting of oppression. In these moments, her essence transforms into a beacon of hope, illuminating the darkness that often surrounds them. Women, once silenced, find their voices anew, emboldened by Hecate's strength. The chants rise, echoing against the walls of time, as if the very earth vibrates in response to their calls. As night deepens, the world outside fades away, leaving only the flickering candles and the soft murmurs of devotion. Within these sacred spaces, Hecate breathes life into their aspirations, igniting a fire within them that can never be extinguished. Each flicker of flame serves as a reminder that they, too, hold the power to navigate the shadows of their own lives, just as she guides them through theirs. In this rich tapestry, the echoes of Hecate's name resonate across centuries, spreading like wildfire. From the secret gatherings of witches to the solemn rituals of ancient temples, her influence knows no bounds. The essence of Hecate grips the hearts of those who have ventured into the unknown, leaving them with a profound understanding of their own strength. It is a strength that calls to them even when the world feels heavy, a reminder that they are never truly alone. As the night stretches on, Hecate's presence remains, a constant thread woven through the fabric of existence. Her legacy endures, shaping the beliefs and practices of countless generations, igniting passions that refuse to be dimmed. The candle flames flicker in an unseen breeze, a silent nod from the goddess herself, as the shadows dance in rhythm with the heartbeats of those who honor her. The night is alive with possibility, a promise of more to come, as her story continues to unfold through the ages, forever intertwining with the lives of those who seek her guidance. In the flickering light of a waning moon, shadows danced across the ancient stones of a forgotten temple. Here, in this hallowed place, whispers of the past lingered like an echo through the ages. It was a sanctuary where the veil between worlds thinned, where the powerful presence of Hecate, the goddess of magic, witchcraft, and the night, still cast its spell. In this moment, a chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared step into her domain, for Hecate was not merely a figure of reverence. She was the embodiment of the shadow, the darker side of femininity. Hecate's archetype pulsated with a raw energy that both terrified and captivated those who sought her wisdom. She was the guardian of thresholds, the keeper of secrets, and the one who illuminated the path through darkness. But within her enchanting glow lay a duality, a tumultuous blend of creation and destruction, nurturing and vengeance. For centuries, women have sat at her altar, their hearts heavy with the weight of expectation, roles, and societal norms. They sought her guidance to navigate the treacherous waters of their own shadows, the fears, doubts, and the parts of themselves they dared not acknowledge. Throughout history, women have often been cast as either saints or sinners, nurturers or witches. Hecate stood apart from these binaries. In ancient Greece, she was revered not just for her magical prowess, but for her ability to embrace all aspects of womanhood. Hecate's presence was felt in the moonlit rituals of the witches who gathered at crossroads, seeking her favor and protection. The crossroads symbolized choices, the turning points in life where one could either step into the light or be swallowed by the dark. As the moon rose higher, illuminating the trees that surrounded the temple, it seemed to breathe life into the stories of women who once worshipped here. They were mothers and daughters, lovers and warriors, all woven into the fabric of Hecate's essence. These women faced dilemmas that echoed through time: unrequited love, betrayal, loss, and the fierce struggle for autonomy. Each one of them carried a piece of Hecate within them, a spark of that powerful feminine force that compelled them to confront their shadows. Consider the tale of a young woman named Lysandra, who stood at the edge of a precipice, torn between her desire for freedom and the shackles of expectation. She had always been told how to live, how to love, and who to be. But the whispers of Hecate called to her, urging her to embrace the dark within, to step into the unknown. With every heartbeat, the tension grew, a knot of fear and excitement anchoring her to that spot. The moonlight reflected off her tears, illuminating the struggle of every woman who had come before her. As she took a step forward, her breath caught. A gust of wind swirled around her, carrying with it the voices of countless women who had danced with their shadows. They had faced their fears, conjured spells, and etched their desires into the night sky. Their stories were written in the stars, and the essence of Hecate flowed through them like an unquenchable fire. Each woman had battled her own demons, and in doing so had become more than the sum of her parts. They transformed pain into power, sorrow into strength. Hecate's influence stretched far beyond the realms of folklore. In ancient Rome, she was intertwined with the mysteries of childbirth and fertility, a protector of women in their most vulnerable moments. The Romans carved her likeness into stone, depicting her with 3 heads, a symbol of her ability to see the past, present, and future simultaneously. Each face told a different story, a reminder of the complexity of femininity. In every age, women have been burdened with the weight of their own narratives, often written by others. Yet Hecate stood as a beacon, illuminating the truth that every woman held the power to rewrite her story. As the night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The shadows whispered secrets, coaxing forth memories buried deep within the hearts of those who dared to listen. The collective consciousness of women, stretching back through generations, became palpable. It was a symphony of heartbreak, resilience, and defiance. Each note struck a chord within the very essence of Hecate's archetype, the shadow of the feminine that remained ever-present, enticing yet daunting. In a dramatic twist, the ground trembled beneath Lysandra's feet as if the earth itself recognized her plight. A howl of wind swept through the temple, and she felt Hecate's presence envelop her. It was both terrifying and exhilarating. The shadows coiled around her, inviting her to confront what lay buried within. A primal fear of rejection, a longing for acceptance, the aching desire to be whole. In that moment, she realized that the darkness was not to be feared but embraced. It was within the shadow that true strength and authenticity thrived. As she surrendered to the call of Hecate, a surge of energy coursed through her, igniting a fire that burned away the remnants of doubt and shame. The shadows transformed from menacing figures into allies, a reminder that every woman carries within her the light and the dark, a balance that creates harmony. As the moon reached its zenith, Lysandra stood resolute, ready to carve her path, knowing she was not alone. The legacy of Hecate thrived in her veins, a reminder that the shadows were not her enemy, but a part of her journey toward wholeness. The air crackled with energy as the ancient temple bore witness to this profound awakening. The stories of all women who had faced their shadows and emerged stronger reverberated through the stones. Each heartbeat echoed the truth of their struggle, the courage to confront the darkest corners of their souls, the unwavering strength to rise from the ashes of their own despair. In that sacred space, the cycle of Hecate continued, bridging the gap between the ancient and the present, the shadow and the light, the feminine and the fierce. With every breath, the night thickened, the shadows deepened, and the journey of self-discovery unfurled anew. Hecate's presence lingered like a promise, a reminder that the path ahead may be fraught with challenges. But within that darkness lay the seeds of transformation, waiting to bloom. And so, the story continued, echoing through the ages, intertwining the sacred feminine with the shadows that beckoned, inviting yet haunting, always waiting for the next brave soul to embrace its mystery. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the walls, and in that dim glow, a figure stood, cloaked in mystery. Hecate, the ancient goddess of magic and the moon, a guardian of the threshold between the worlds, has always captivated hearts and minds. Her presence, often associated with dark enchantments and whispered secrets, has woven itself through the fabric of modern media, leaving a trail of goosebumps in her wake. As the night deepens and the stories unfold, her influence seeps into the very essence of film, literature, and art, pulling at the strings of human emotion. In the world of cinema, Hecate's shadow looms large. Films like The Witch or Hereditary tap into her archetype, where the lines between reality and the supernatural blur. The atmosphere thickens with tension as audiences are drawn into the lives of characters navigating their own dark paths, mirroring the choices once faced by those who sought Hecate's guidance. The flickering images on the screen echo the ancient rituals held in moonlit groves, where the goddess was called upon for protection and insight. As viewers sit on the edge of their seats, hearts pounding, they can almost feel her presence, urging them to confront the fears lurking in their own souls. In literature, Hecate's essence has inspired countless writers to explore the nuances of power and transformation. From the pages of Shakespeare to the magical realism of modern authors, her influence is palpable. Characters invoke her name in desperate pleas, searching for knowledge in a world that often obscures the truth. The tension builds as words weave together myths and realities, crafting narratives that resonate with the shadows of human experience. Readers find themselves entranced, lost in stories where the line between good and evil is tantalizingly thin, where Hecate's dual nature serves as a reminder of the complexities of life. Art too bears her mark. Painters and sculptors draw inspiration from Hecate's imagery, creating hauntingly beautiful works that pulse with emotion. Dark, swirling skies filled with crescent moons, and figures cloaked in shadow hold the gaze of those who dare to look deeper. Each brushstroke captures the essence of a hidden world, a space where light and darkness coexist. In galleries, the air thickens with a sense of reverence and fear, as onlookers feel the pull of Hecate's energy, an echo of the ancient worship that once filled the night with chants and offerings. In the realm of modern storytelling, Hecate's influence can be seen in the rise of strong, complex female characters. Women who embody traits of the goddess, intelligence, independence, and an understanding of the mysterious, captivate audiences everywhere. These characters navigate treacherous waters, shattering stereotypes and breaking free from the confines of traditional narratives. With each portrayal, Hecate whispers encouragement, urging women to embrace their power and defy convention. The emotional stakes rise, as viewers are reminded of the strength and resilience found within themselves. Television shows, too, have embraced Hecate's legacy. Series like American Horror Story and Charmed weave her presence into their plots, using her mythology as a springboard for stories that resonate with contemporary fears and desires. Each episode builds upon the last, drawing viewers into a web of suspense and intrigue. The flicker of the television screen becomes a portal, inviting spectators to confront their own dark corners, much like those who stood before altars in ancient times, seeking answers from the goddess of the night. Hecate's influence extends well beyond the screens and pages. In the world of fashion, designers draw upon her themes, creating collections that exude an aura of mystery and allure. Dark fabrics, intricate patterns, and celestial motifs embody the spirit of the goddess. Runway shows transform into theatrical performances, where models glide like specters draped in shadows, embodying Hecate's essence. The audience, entranced, feels a connection to something greater, a shared understanding of the duality that exists within each of us. Music, too, resonates with Hecate's haunting presence. Artists channel her energy in their lyrics, exploring themes of magic, transformation, and the interplay of light and dark. The The melodies unfurl like the whispers of the wind through ancient trees, stirring something deep within the listener's soul. Concerts become spiritual experiences, where the audience sways to the rhythms of their fears and hopes, enveloped in an atmosphere that feels almost otherworldly. The music lingers long after the final note, echoing the timeless stories of Hecate and those who seek her guidance. As the lines between past and present blur, Hecate remains a powerful muse, captivating modern minds with her ancient wisdom. Each story, film, or piece of art acts as a reflection of humanity's ongoing dance with the unknown, a testament to the goddess's enduring influence. Whether in the flicker of a film reel, the rustle of a book's pages, or the strokes of a painter's brush, Hecate's presence is a constant reminder of the magic that exists in the shadows. The air thickens with anticipation as night falls. The stories don't end. They evolve, spiraling into new realms of emotion and tension. Hecate watches, her eyes glimmering with the light of 1,000 stars, silently guiding those who dare to explore the depths of their own existence. The whispers of her name linger, inviting all to step closer, to feel the pulse of something primal, something eternally linked to the mythos of life itself. The flickering candlelight casts dancing shadows across the walls, whispering secrets of ancient rites and forgotten tales. Hecate, the enigmatic goddess, stood at the crossroads of night and mystery, her presence palpable in the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the echoes of long-lost prayers. She was the guardian of the threshold, a fierce protector of the unseen, and her spirit lingered like an uninvited guest, stirring the collective memory of humanity. In the dim glow, she was more than a mere figure in mythology. She was an archetype, a symbol woven into the very fabric of consciousness. The ancient Greeks revered her, invoking her name in hushed tones, seeking her guidance as they traversed the labyrinth of life and death. Hecate held the keys to knowledge that lay beyond the veil, a reminder of the duality of existence, the light and the dark. Her three faces, gazing into the past, present, and future, hinted at the complexity of the human psyche, an intricate tapestry of fears, hopes, and the eternal struggle for understanding. As the shadows thickened, the stories of those who had come before began to swirl around her, echoing with a haunting familiarity. The witch trials of the Middle Ages flashed like lightning through the fog of time, where women, branded as witches, were often scapegoated for society's ills. Hecate's name became synonymous with fear, a reflection of the collective unease surrounding feminine power and independence. The flames of persecution illuminated the darkness, casting a stark contrast between the revered goddess and the hunted women who dared to channel her strength. In the whispers of the wind, the echoes of the ancients could be heard. From the darkened corners of Greek temples to the flickering hearths of homes, the shared memories of countless souls resonated with Hecate's wisdom. She was the keeper of secrets, the protector of those who wandered in search of truth. Her presence was felt in the rituals of the moon, in the silent supplications of those seeking solace in their darkest moments. Each flicker of the candlelight held the promise of transformation, a reminder that the path of enlightenment often wins through the shadows. Yet, the tension lingered like a coiled serpent, ready to strike. The psychological layers of Hecate's archetype revealed a more profound truth, a reflection of the inner struggle faced by all. Her imagery evoked the fear of the unknown, the dread of what lies beyond the tangible world. In the silence of the night, the heartbeat of humanity quickened, each pulse a reminder of mortality, of choices made and paths left untraveled. Those who stood at the crossroads, uncertain of the direction to take, felt her omnipresence, the weight of her wisdom resting heavily upon them. In one moment, the world was still, as if holding its breath, and in the next, the storm of emotions surged. The ancient stories of Hecate were not merely tales of a forgotten deity. They resonated deeply within the souls of those who dared to listen. A mother clutching her child in the darkness, fearing the shadows that stretched toward them, invoked Hecate's name, seeking protection. The name hung in the air, heavy with the weight of desperation, echoing through time and space, connecting the living to the past. As the moon rose high, illuminating the night sky, a sense of urgency filled the atmosphere. Hecate's presence became a guiding light, a beacon for the lost and the seeking. The ancient rites took on a new life, pulsating with energy as practitioners sought to channel her strength. With every whispered incantation, they reached out to the collective memory, tapping into the threads that bind humanity together. In this sacred act, the boundaries of time faded, and the past intertwined with the present, a swirling mosaic of experiences. But beneath the surface of devotion lay a darker truth. The fear of the misunderstood, the dread of being cast out, loomed large. Hecate, once a figure of reverence, became a scapegoat for the darkness that humanity sought to banish. The archetype grew tangled, a reflection of the inner turmoil faced by those who dared to embrace their truth. The struggle for acceptance, for understanding, mirrored the very essence of Hecate's journey, a dance with shadows that many would rather avoid. The candle flickered violently, as if mirroring the inner conflict of those who dared to approach her. The stories of ancient witches, of healing and empowerment, collided with the narratives of fear and persecution. The psychological interpretation of Hecate was not just a study. It was an exploration of the depths of the human heart, a journey through the chaos of emotion and the complexities of identity. As her name echoed through the chambers of the mind, each syllable carried the weight of history, of pain and resilience. In a moment of stillness, the air shimmered with the promise of transformation. Those who sought Hecate's guidance were not merely addressing a goddess. They were confronting their own shadows, their own fears, and their own power. The archetype of Hecate called forth the essence of what it means to be human, a blend of light and dark, strength and vulnerability. The intricate dance of these elements weaved through the very fabric of existence, creating a tapestry that was rich, complex, and impossibly beautiful. As the night deepened, a sense of urgency pulsed through the air, igniting the flames of curiosity and desire. Hecate's whispers beckoned, urging those brave enough to face the unknown. In the flickering candlelight, the shadows shifted and danced, merging with the echoes of the past and the hopes of the future. Her archetype was not a static symbol but a living, breathing testament to the eternal struggle of humanity, a reminder that within every dark moment lies the potential for light. The air crackled with electric anticipation, as if the very universe held its breath for what would come next. Hecate stood poised at the intersection of destiny and choice, a reminder that the journey was far from over. The night was alive with possibility, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the human spirit. As each heartbeat echoed through the stillness, the stories waited to be told, the truths yearning to be unveiled. The candle flickered again, a silent promise that the tale was far from finished. In a dimly lit room, shadows flickered as candles danced, casting shapes that swirled and twisted against the walls. A woman sat cross-legged on the floor, her heart racing, palms sweating. Around her, other seekers gathered, their faces painted with a blend of anticipation and fear. They were there for one reason: to connect with Hecate, the ancient goddess who stood at the crossroads of life, death, and everything in between. In that charged atmosphere, her presence felt almost palpable, a whisper of power that sent goosebumps racing up their arms. Hecate's story, rich with history and resilience, was woven into the very fabric of time. In ancient Greece, she was revered as the goddess of magic, witchcraft, and the moon. She held the keys to the realms of the living and the dead, a potent figure who guided souls through darkness. Her worship spanned centuries, and though the world had changed, her pull remained strong. Today, in the quiet corners of modern spirituality, Hecate's essence continued to thrive, calling out to those yearning for connection. The room was filled with a palpable energy, a mix of hope and trepidation. Followers recounted her legends, tales of her fierce independence and her refusal to bend to the will of the Olympian gods. Unlike many deities, Hecate was not confined to the traditional boundaries of femininity. She was wild, untamed, embodying both nurturing and destruction. Her multifaceted nature resonated with the struggles of women today, many of whom faced their own crossroads, needing guidance in a world often shrouded in uncertainty. As the seekers closed their eyes, they began to chant her name softly, a melodic incantation echoing through the space. With each repetition, the walls seemed to pulse, as if Hecate herself was responding, inviting them into her sacred fold. The air thickened, charged with possibility. They could almost feel her ancient wisdom enveloping them, igniting a fire deep within. The modern world, often dismissive of spiritual truths, felt a tremor of reverence at that moment. Hecate was not merely a relic of the past. She was a beacon of hope and empowerment. Outside, the night sky shimmered with stars, the crescent moon casting a silver glow. Hecate was often associated with this celestial body, symbolizing intuition and the unseen. As the women sought her guidance, they could sense the moon's pull, a reminder of their own cycles and the power of rebirth. In their hearts, they understood that just as the moon waxed and waned, so too did their own lives ebb and flow. The connection was undeniable, Hecate's spirit interwoven with their own struggles, aspirations, and fears. In communities across the globe, witches and practitioners of modern spirituality were reclaiming Hecate. They celebrated her through rituals, crafting altars adorned with keys, candles, and offerings of herbs. These modern-day covens embodied the spirit of sisterhood, standing together in solidarity and support. Hecate was not merely a figure from mythology. She was a guide, a protector, and a source of strength in navigating the murky waters of life. One evening, beneath a full moon's luminous gaze, a gathering took place in a forest clearing. The air was thick with anticipation as women of all ages came together, each drawn by an inner calling. They formed a circle, holding hands, their hearts beating as one. In that sacred space, they shared stories of loss, love, and transformation. Hecate's essence swirled around them, encouraging authenticity and vulnerability. It was a reminder that strength didn't lie in perfection but in the courage to embrace one's true self. As they lit candles and sent their intentions into the night, it felt as if Hecate herself was listening, smiling down upon them. The flames flickered in response, illuminating the faces of those who dared to dream, who dared to defy societal expectations. Hecate became a symbol of empowerment in a world that often sought to silence female voices. Her relevance surged like a tidal wave, washing over generations who sought solace and wisdom in her embrace. In cities bustling with modernity, far removed from ancient temples, Hecate's influence pulsed through the underground. Spiritual shops stocked with crystals, herbs, and tarot cards offered a sanctuary for seekers. Women gathered for workshops, learning the old ways of divination and spellcraft, reclaiming their heritage and honoring Hecate's legacy. She was a bridge connecting the past to the present, a reminder that the ancient practices still held meaning and power in today's society. Social media became a canvas where her followers painted their devotion, sharing rituals, spells, and insights, creating a vibrant tapestry of modern witchcraft. Hashtags filled with her name connected souls across continents, forming a digital coven united by the desire to explore the mysteries of existence. Hecate was no longer confined to dusty pages of mythology. She lived and breathed in the hearts of those who sought her wisdom. As the candles flickered out, the seekers opened their eyes, feeling a profound sense of belonging. Hecate had woven herself into their stories, forever etched in their souls. The future brimmed with possibility, and in that moment, they understood that her legacy was alive and well, not just in rituals and prayers, but in the very act of living authentically. The echoes of their chants lingered in the air, a testament to the power of belief and the enduring spirit of a goddess who refused to be forgotten. The room, still humming with energy, felt like a sacred space where magic was birthed anew. Hecate's influence stretched beyond the confines of mythology, reaching into the hearts of those willing to listen. They left the gathering with a sense of purpose, a spark igniting within them, a reminder that they were not alone at the crossroads. Hecate walked beside them, guiding their steps as they ventured into the unknown, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. In this world of uncertainty, Hecate remained a steadfast presence, a symbol of resilience and empowerment. Her future was not bound by time or tradition. It was alive, vibrant, and pulsing with potential. As the seekers stepped back into their lives, they carried Hecate with them, a guardian spirit lighting their path, forever connected to the ancient wellspring of wisdom that awaited them in the dark. The ritual had ended, but her journey with them had only just begun, and in the depths of their souls, they felt the stirring promise of what was yet to come.